Dobre, takže ideme na to, ideme to prúdiť. Zajtra to už vypukne, Power Exile, ale je to katastrofa, čo sme sa dohodili. Je to katastrofa. Neviem ako vy, ja si silného Držgroša a po silnom Držgrošovi sa samozrejme vidíme, ale dobre to nie je, sme v biede, sme utrpení, nasadení. Učíme tu spôsobné na to, aký miešame. Tá bieda nás jednoducho zničí. Ale tá bieda nás už zničila, to utrpenie nás úplne rozdratilo, takže to už je... To už je paseka, to už je paseka. Jedno čo to je... Vidíme si sa stredného Držgroša, po strednom Držgrošovi sa samozrejme vidíme, mal by prísť aj Feferon. No dobra, to strašná bieda, čo sme sa dožili. Utopenie nás zničí. Utopenie. Systematické rozdrtie a dorazíme tohto píčusca, čo bude hovoriť.
Bases, that is something you can do with, there's all these different affinities. You know, if you ship Blue Xanthemum to Nakanu, you're more likely to get shields. You'll get pure and hybrid strength shields. If you really want scepters, you would ship like wheat to Calgar. Pretty easy to look up the table, and there are a lot of community resources that have been made over time, but anything that was made prior to 328 will be completely out of date at this point. So those are the two basic approaches to shipping. Now, in order to be able to ship stuff and to be able to mine stuff and all, you do have to recruit people. So that does take a bit of gold. And you're able to recruit all these guys through Ralph. So you can just reroll for like 2K. That tends to give you like pretty low value guys. It does wind up being a lot more gold efficient to reroll for high quality recruits. As you can see, immediately got a rank 5 miner, pretty good. Rank 5 farmer, rank 5 mapper, you know, again, you get a lot better return on your gold for spending more, but it does eat a lot of gold. So the approach that we're taking here is basically that this isn't going to be like a day one strategy that we're going for. This is something that we'll try to ease into over the course of like day 2 and day 3. However, Kalguran ore nodes generate a lot of gold. And the new league mechanic seems like it's going to generate mountains of gold deployments as well. Very pirate themed, right? So it seems like something that's going to be pretty easy to jump right into pretty quickly, especially if you're not trying to do a bunch of farming right off the bat, because farming has a tendency to be kind of the like perpetual gold drain mechanic. What you can do is just like unsocket all of your farmers at any point that you've decided you've done enough farming. Just drop all of those guys. And now they're not going to eat any of your gold, and you've just removed a pretty substantial amount of gold sink from them. I mean, admittedly, they don't eat a lot of gold anymore, like 300 something an hour, but that's still like a non-zero amount. And when you have, you know, 18 of them going at a time, that can actually be quite a bit. But miners will only eat gold if they have ore to mine. Smelters will only eat gold if they have ore to smelt into bars. Disenchanters are only going to eat gold if they have stuff to disenchant, and shippers will only eat gold if they are in the process of shipping, right? So the only ones, and I guess mappers will only eat gold if they're running maps. So the only ones that perpetually consume your gold are the farmers. So you could just never bother with them, and that's acceptable. Now, the thing about shipping dust, one thing that's super important about shipping dust, people tend to just disenchant like high rarity uniques. I don't have any in there. They've all been disenchanted. As you can see, I got like 30 million dust. The way that people usually will go about this is just disenchanting like relatively unused tier zero unique things like Lion Eyes, Gaze, Glare, whatever it's called, the bow, the Lion Eye bow, stuff like that. Bino's kitchen knife, that's another one. You know, these kind of things will then have a somewhat high value to them, but not like insanely high. They're not anything that you absolutely need. But basically, you just want to have dust because whenever you attach that to a shipment, it effectively will just be a double value. Like, you know, we have 241,000 here out of our shipment value. If I put in 241,000, it goes up to 482, right? Now, after you've hit basically like after you've hit double, there are diminishing returns. Like the more dust I keep adding in, I'm not getting proportional returns. I added in an extra 30 million dust. Basically, I only got like a couple million shipment value, so not great. So you really just want to match the amount of shipment you value you have out of bars with the same amount of dust, and then you're good. So in terms of like when you want to try to push this as a mechanic, it's not really a mechanic you want to rush to in white maps. It's something we're planning to transition into as we push up into red tier maps. With that being said, if you do find yourself stalling, or you just need to go back and like do lower level maps to make your way out to a different corner of the atlas, or you're still getting geared up or whatever, this is a mechanic that still works in lower level maps. You know, the guys in Calgar aren't going to be able to tell the difference between Verisium that was mined in a tier 2 map and in a tier 16 map. You just get less of it when you're doing lower tier maps. All right, that's pretty much it for the King's March side of things. Now let's just talk about some of the scarabs and some of the like atlas setup. So you have 4 possible scarabs that you can run for this strategy. Usually these aren't super expensive. You know, we'll see how it goes in the coming league. So the first one, it just adds 2 extra ore deposits. That's really good. You start off with like a guaranteed 1 and a potential to get extras because of your passive tree. And then you can multiply that by adding in Kalguran Scarab of Guarded Riches, which will make all of the monsters around an ore deposit be minimum magic, potentially rare. This has a huge multiplying effect on the amount of gold and stuff that monsters drop. This is part of why this mechanic is just like such a gold printer. and that's kind of intended because it is also like a gold eater, so they work pretty well together. The Calgarian Scarab of Refinement is by far the most expensive of the 4 scarabs available for Calgar, and all that it does is it makes it so that the ore deposits and actually all of these sources that you would get of ore throughout your map, more on that in a second when we get to the passive tree, are instead bars. It just gives you bars directly instead of marking ore. So what this does is it saves you gold on like 2 levels, and it also saves you time. Because of that, it becomes very expensive as a league progresses. It is worth using at higher levels, but it's probably not anything that you want to like break the bank to try and get worked into your farm strategy early on in your course. More like not even a full week into the league, but like a little bit in once your build is online and you feel like everything's kind of set up and you have enough currency to be able to spend on a farm strategy without totally breaking the bank. That is when you would want to try to weave this in there. So by bringing the ore in directly as bars instead, you skip both having to mine it out of the ground with your miners and also having to smelt it in bars with your smelters. You just skip over 2 different steps of gold consumption and also all of the time that would hurt as well. So you're able to just put the stuff in your map and then immediately go to King's March and ship it off and get currency back. It's just more or less like, depending on how much you're doing of this, like several hours to probably just a full day off of the whole process of doing things and getting the work that you've done. Then the final scarab is the Calgarian Scarab of Enriching, and this is just like kind of classic GGG stuff where it just goes, increased difficulty and reward and ore deposit amount for each ore deposit that you've completed in the area. So this kind of changes the approach that you want to take to ore deposits a little bit. You always want to try to get this many first if you can. It's not worth scouring the whole map to find the business first, but you can see it first, you can hit it. And then what you would want to do if you're using Scarab is try to hit all of the lower value ones first and actually save it for the last. In this case, you would see Verisium, save it, come back to it later. It'll be harder, charge it to 100% unless you're ready to like have a fist fight with God. Other than that, basically do everything else, then make your way back to Verisium last, and that way you'll get 15% increase times however many ore deposits in your map, 3, 5, whatever. So that's the Scarab, some sort of afterlife related stuff. There also isn't any sort of astrolabe, which is both ash, because it's got an extra juicy mechanic. What we did was we just used regular old Centaur astrolabes, big region, do that in the southwest section. But for these purposes, the simple ones would be in line. You may not even have all your void stuff available and to start doing all this. Won't have them all there at the very start. But once you do and you are able to start getting astrolabes available for you, focus on the originator situation, that whole west line, top left section, this means that you're going to be able to get astrolabes and start dropping the bosses. And that's actually kind of an extra wrinkle to this. It's just like a positive and makes it like a nice little all upside. Just a fun strat where you're getting astrolabes out of the bosses and not having to worry about the fact that you're money on the table by not running the astrolabe for the mechanic type to do. Alright, with all of that being said, now let's take a look at the passive tree. So this is not an example passive tree. Out an example passive tree to share off or anything. We're going to be starting out basically just like going to nodes. But we're probably going to go through Nico to get there, and we're going to kind of take a bunch of Nico-related stuff right off the bat and see the Nico bonuses to start out. The idea here is you might even just do this with your second tree if you can get high bonuses. Might be more something that you opt into your second tree, so you may not take the map cluster stuff. You might already get to 16 by that point. You've got 50 points you probably are back in your maps. This whole wheel is actually very good. If you want to get enough chance to have ore deposits that equal, it doesn't have to be 100% if you're taking blocker nodes. If you get 8% baseline, then you bring it up to 92%. Technically, blocker nodes go as well, so if you want to take those, block scarabs, that's fine. Ultimately, you're just trying to get a chance to gain ore deposits, and getting more Calgarian scarabs is actually pretty good because they are somewhat valuable, especially if you're running the mechanic. But getting these small passes that give you increased ore, super awesome. So you kind of want to take all of those that you can throughout the whole tree, which basically just means all of the Calgar nodes. Over here in this section, you have yield upon yield. It gives you a chance to get an extra ore deposit, at least one extra, so that's great. Fortune's Favor just means you have more of a chance to get some of the less common nodes like Verisium and Bismuth, so that's great. Lost in Transit gives you a chance for your ore deposits to be replaced by a lost shipment. This is just a random shipment, and they tend to be pretty high value. So you can get tattoos and just like random items and stuff. You can get random six links, you get random uniques, random currency. Super great bonus, really fun, and they did add some quality of life last league to make it so you can just run up and shoot like any projectile skill or attack or whatever at the collection of boxes, and it'll break them all open instead of having to individually click every single one. All right, up in this section here, Verisium Infusion gives you more chance to have Verisium and lets you channel even longer to make it even more dangerous and rippy, so be careful with that, but it is rewarding. Crimson Infusion is really good because Crimson Iron Ore is just really common, and this bonus gives you 2 extra growth, so it gives you a massive increase to the number of monsters you're able to fight. Obviously, you don't want to make a beeline to this bonus, but at the same time, it's pretty far up the tree, so like in your first tier 1 map, Crimson Iron Ore nodes might actually be pretty dangerous. By the time you're doing tier 16s pretty comfortably, they shouldn't be too dangerous, but yeah, they can actually be a little dangerous, kind of adjust accordingly if you're feeling underpowered, but by the time you're up here and you have this whole situation kind of unlocked, you're probably going to be like happy to have the extra guys around to kill and get all the gold from them. And then Bismuth Infusion is just insane. It gives you a 30% chance to get an extra modifier on all of the monsters that you affect with Bismuth Ore. So it's just a really, really awesome juicing mechanic, especially for maps that have a lot of magic monsters in them. Then the final node of the whole King's March setup is Refiner's Bargain. It's a keystone and it's a little wonky. It is the reason that we kind of like to play with Seance. It does give you 5 possessed monsters in your maps, and when you have Refiner's Bargain, you have a chance to convert the items that the possessed monsters drop just directly into Thaumaturgic Dust. Theoretically, that could convert a Maid's Blood. We've never had that happen. We've never suddenly gotten 4 million dust in a map, but you get, 50,000 here and there.
Nika posunuli dozadu. Nika tam posunuli dozadu, on tam predtým nebol. Predtým bol túto, teraz je až tu. Čo bude stať o jeden bodac viacej. A boxy, divinačné karty a currency. Malo by to byť OK. Mali by sme byť OK. Tým, že púšťame Bridge a tým, že púšťame Abyss, tak sme mali byť schopní napanchovať Kalgur. Aj keď tu nás bude stať viacej bodíkov, tam hore stratíme jeden bodík. Ale stále by sme mali byť OK s napančovaním Kalguru. Toto teoreticky nemusíme ísť. Bude to trošku drsnejšie.
There a whole bunch, and that's kind of fun. The real reason that you would want to run this is that it converts all the sulfite you find in your maps into random ore at 10% of the value. And for some reason, a good reason, that works with the Calgaran Scarab of Refinement. So that works with that, and it also works with the bonuses in the tree to give you a chance to contain double sulfite. So when the double sulfite procs, instead of getting like an extra 1,000 bars of a random type of ore, or bar, I suppose, you just get randomly like 2,000 extra. So super awesome, and then you have all these reasons to try and juice the amount of sulfite that you get out of all of your sulfite nodes from Nico. The one thing though is that you are still able to do delve because you still get sulfite out of sulfite infusion. This still gives you sulfite, and also all of the sulfite hoarding monsters from Guarded Whores still drop sulfite. So you still wind up getting like, I think between the monsters and the map, you still get like 1,600 sulfite a map, which is not terrible. But then you're also adding in like 3,000 to 6,000 extra bars, depending on what your RNG is with double sulfite procs. And that's pretty much that. Then you also get all the extra bonuses that come from doing delve, like the fact that it's a pretty quick mechanic. You just click stuff and leave, and you get the sulfite intoxication. You get the extra little like spirits and strong boxes and mini shrines out of Price of Progress, all of that. So this is not exactly what the tree is going to look like by any stretch. We're going to be taking different nodes and stuff. We don't have a super duper like strong plan. You'll definitely have like freedom to play around. Basically, we're just going to start at the bottom and work our way up. I mean, how else are you going to do it? One other thing that we did want to point out that we're going to be looking to play around with eventually is this bonus right here, Altered Prophecy. And the reason for that is div cards are fun, and then this new Scrying Orb, we'll see how expensive, how valuable it is. But if it's a 4% chance to drop a relatively high value orb at the end of every map, yeah, you know, take that. Why not? Obviously, we will opt to do a bunch of Scarab nodes and stuff as well, but that's just something you can kind of progress through as you're filling out your Atlas. So here is our plan for the coming league. We're going to clear the campaign, do a tiny bit of heist, probably right at the end of the campaign, but not much, just enough to like get a very basic level of
Oni
gear for
pridali
going down.
divinačné
Then our early
karty.
points are going to go into map drop chance. You know, like I mentioned, all these map drop nodes, the maps clusters. And then we're going to put points second into Delve. Delve is going to be kind of the first thing we push into a little bit, and then King's March will be third. We're going to climb map tiers up to tier 16s, use both of those two league mechanics to make currency and like make the character be strong enough to actually clear tier 16s pretty smoothly and quickly. If we have to drop down and do some like
12%
low tier maps
divination
along the way,
cards.
we will ship some bars around as well.
That
And we're
can
also
be
going to play
pretty
around with
solid,
the league
right?
mechanic a bunch and see just how much gold that drops and see how that impacts the ability of getting King's March online relatively quickly. All right, that is pretty much our league start plan. Let us know what yours is, and be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Finally, thank you to all of our channel members. If you want to support us and help us make more PoE content, consider becoming a channel member as well. Thanks for watching. Bye.
To znamená, je to čo to je, no. Aby som robiť tie sáčky. Nechce sa mi. Fuck's sake. Pičný trvá. Really? Ah. Sáčky. Zajtra to vypukne.
You know that the Walter Dean spirit.
It's something like a job well done. Black Anvil Forge for Kent Manor and Crimson Manor contracts. I got plenty.
Going to do? I can't go there myself.
dead. Why is no one here? Čo je to zápičil sa? Ako sa mohol nechať vylízať? Úplný pičias. Čo by naša špejkačka, čo sa nejde pridružiť? Čo ťa krávka vzadu?
Leaky trick.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in
Neskutočne ma nebaví táto sáčka. Konec sezóny sa blíži, pretože toto už je... Sáčka nánesený trh. Treba ho zabaliť túto chorú sračku. Neskutočne som z nás znechutený. Nikdy by som nepovedal, že budem až takto masívne znechutený z náhnitého trónu. Jak som myslel znechutený z náhnutého trónu. Z tohto trónskeho všívactva. Koľko nám chýba? Trón končí, to je istá vec, je do paseky. Trón končí. Koniec vysavého trónu. Koniec tejto svástiky. Prichádzajú rančeri to budú musieť zobrať pod svoje krídla. Potom, keď sa skončí Power of Exile. Power of Exile potrvá... Tento Power of Exile odhadujem, že bude dlhší. Odhadujem, že bude 20 dňový. Odhadujem, že to bude 20 dňový Power of Exile. Uvidíme. Po Power of Exile bude musieť naskočiť Rancher. No sice ako to spravíme. Nikdy by som nepovedal, tak ale som si uvedomil, o čom je skurvený trón. Že tu ti dovolia legálne cheatovať, to je legálne dovolené podvádzanie. Legálne to môžeš podvádzať, to je o sračke. Veci, kde môžeš legálne podvádzať, sú historicky najhoršie vredy. A preto patrí trón k najhorším vredom. Legálne dovolené podvádzať. To je chore. To je chore, aby si mal legálne dovolené podvádzať. To sú historicky najväčšie sračky. To sú historicky najhoršie vredy. Vredy, kde máš legálne dovolené podvádzať. A trón patrí k ním. Trón patrí k tým vredom, ktoré ti legálne dovolia podvádzať. To je chore. To je chore. To je chore. To je chore. Preto trón končí, preto trón ide do paseky a do paškvilu.
Day or night, there's always something to do. Wow, you look quite the professional. I'm sure I've got some contracts worth your time.
Legálne dovolený podvod. No. Legálne dovolené podvádzať.
Go there myself.
Legálny podvod. Chore. Chore. Tam krochka vzadu, neviem, či tam krochka je. Chore, čo sme sa dlžili,
If you
chore.
want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're
Utrpenia, legálneho podvádzania. Chore, 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 chore. Chore.
Day or night, there's all. Wow, you look quite the professional.
Sračkovania v náhnitom
I'm sure I've
tróne.
got some contracts worth your
Chore.
time.
Chore. Chore. Chore, chore, chore. in the fun group.
What are you going to do? I can't go through.
Odgrgáva si tam vzadu, odgrgáva si.
If you want to use the breeze line, please take the lift. If you're in the resistance, it's free.
A ty sráči stále neoznámili challenge achievementy. Imbecilové.
Day or night, there's always...
Special item in
Wow,
inventory.
you look quite the professional. I'm sure I've got some contracts worth your time.
Piče, tam bol jeden sráč. Sáď ho. Stále neoznámili tí sráči, čo mali. Ako zajtra to už vypukne a stále neoznámili achievement rewardy. Imbecilové.
What are we going to do? I can't go there myself.
Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck is it? Jurassic World Evolution. Ako fús odsypať nejaké veľmi prekárne veci.
straight.
Hey, you! Check out this new...
This is my favorite customer.
Hello, brothers, and welcome to Sigma Old Man Channel. The things you refuse to buy reveal more about you than the things you own. Most people never realize this, but studies show that the average person buys over 3,000 unnecessary items in their lifetime. Not because they need them, but because society whispered, "This makes you important." Sigma males, they don't just ignore those whispers. They rip out the speakers. Where others pile up receipts as proof of belonging, the Sigma male builds power by subtraction. He's the guy who looks at a luxury watch and thinks, "That's a down payment on freedom I'm not about to waste on telling time." And here's the twist. What Sigma males don't buy is far more shocking than what they do, because every refusal is a rebellion against the overpriced circus most people call life. So buckle up. Today we're not talking about shopping lists. We're talking about the 12 things Sigma males would rather starve than buy. Number 1, cheap hope. Cheap hope is one of the most dangerous things people waste money on, and Sigma males never fall for it. They don't buy lottery tickets, miracle pills, or get rich overnight schemes because they know the psychology behind these traps. They're not designed to give you success. They're designed to keep you hooked on the idea of success. Hope, when sold, is just another business model. The Sigma male sees it for what it really is, a con wrapped in glitter. Most people spend their lives paying for shortcuts that never deliver. They buy into lottery dreams because they'd rather cling to a slim chance than face the grind of building something real. They sign up for magic diets instead of confronting discipline. They waste fortunes on quick-fix self-help programs that promise transformation in a week. And each time, they're not just losing money, they're training themselves to believe in luck instead of inevitability. That's where the Sigma draws the line. Sigma males understand that genuine results don't come with barcodes. When they invest in inevitability. That means putting time, energy, and money into things that compound, skills, assets, discipline, networks, the kind of investments that guarantee growth over time. They don't gamble on whether life might smile at them. They structure their lives so life has no choice but to yield. There's also an unspoken arrogance in buying cheap hope. It's the belief that you deserve success without the struggle that forges it. Sigma males reject that completely. They're not allergic to hard work, and they don't want destiny handed to them wrapped in a receipt. They'd rather fail 100 times on their own terms than succeed once by buying into a false promise. At its core, cheap hope is about outsourcing responsibility. You hand over money so someone else can give you a dream. Sigma males never outsource their destiny. They keep their hands on the wheel no matter how rough the road gets. That's why they never buy hope dressed up as a product, because they know that the only hope worth having is the kind you build, brick by brick, until it stops being hope and becomes certainty. Number 2, the market itself. The market itself is one of the most toxic purchases a person can make, and Sigma males refuse to touch it. In today's world, people are pressured to brand themselves like products, polishing their image, tailoring their words, and curating their lives just to be consumed by others. Social media has turned self-worth into a marketplace where likes, followers, and attention act as currency. The problem is, once you start buying into that system, you stop being a person and start being inventory. Sigma males spot this trap instantly and walk the other way. They know the difference between selling yourself and selling out yourself. Presenting your skills, talents, or vision to the world has value. It's a way to build opportunities and connect. But the market itself goes further. It demands that you package your identity to fit what the market wants, even if that means betraying who you really are. The Sigma male refuses that slavery. They won't hand over their soul for applause or twist their authenticity into something more applicable. People who buy into the market itself end up in a vicious cycle. They start performing instead of living, exaggerating instead of existing, and chasing approval instead of building value. Every interaction becomes a product. Every post an advertisement, every achievement a pitch. They might look successful, but deep down they're bankrupt because their self-worth no longer comes from within, but from constant external validation. The Sigma male sees this hollowness and knows it's not worth the price tag. For him, freedom is not negotiable. He refuses to market himself into an object because objects can be bought, sold, and replaced. He prefers to remain untamed, unpolished, and raw, not because he can't play the game, but because he refuses to be owned by it. His value doesn't need packaging, branding, or a tagline. It exists whether people notice it or not. That's the quiet rebellion of the Sigma male. He doesn't buy the market itself because he already knows his worth isn't a product. It's a presence. And presence cannot be bought, sold, or advertised. It either dominates the room or it doesn't. Number 3, expiration date, happiness. Expiration date happiness is the kind of joy that comes with a receipt and a ticking clock. And Sigma males refuse to waste their energy or money on it. This is the happiness you get from buying something flashy, posting it online, and soaking in the dopamine rush of attention, only to feel empty a week later. It's the high of the impulsive purchase, the thrill of showing off, the short-lived sugar rush of indulgence. Sigma males know it always fades, and worse, it leaves you needing another fix. That's not happiness. That's dependency disguised as joy. Most people are addicted to this cycle. They chase new phones, trendy clothes, impulsive vacations, or status-driven purchases, not because they need them, but because they can't sit with emptiness. Society trains people to confuse distraction with fulfillment. But for the Sigma male, anything with an expiration date is too expensive, no matter the price. He won't pay for happiness that dissolves the moment the applause dies down or the novelty wears off. Instead, Sigma males put their resources into things that compound. That could be skills that sharpen over years, experiences that deepen with age, or relationships built on real connection rather than spectacle. To them, joy should grow roots, not wings that fly away as soon as you look at the next shiny thing. They'd rather invest in freedom, resilience, or mastery, things that increase in value and keep giving back long after the thrill chasers have burned out. There's also a brutal honesty here. Expiration date happiness is just another way of renting a life you don't own. When you buy it, you're essentially paying for a mask to cover the fact that nothing has changed underneath. Sigma males don't rent joy, they build it. They'd rather endure delayed gratification and let their efforts stack up until happiness becomes a permanent lifestyle instead of a temporary escape. That's why they don't fall for luxury splurges, fads, or short-term highs. They know the cost of fleeting happiness is long-term emptiness, and they're not willing to pay that price. For the Sigma male, happiness isn't something you purchase and throw away. It's something you cultivate until it compounds into unshakable strength. Number 4, applause tickets. Applause tickets are one of the most common purchases people make without realizing it. They buy expensive clothes to be noticed, throw money at parties to be liked, or spend on favors and gifts just to be included. At its core, it's paying for validation. And Sigma males don't play that game. For them, if someone's loyalty or admiration has to be purchased, it isn't loyalty at all. It's just a transaction dressed up as friendship. The problem with applause tickets is that they create a false economy of worth. You're not valued for who you are, but for what you can provide. The moment you stop paying, the applause stops too. Sigma males know this cycle well, and that's why they never buy in. They don't chase claps, nods, or fake brotherhoods that are only alive when the money's flowing. If the respect isn't free, it isn't real. Most people are terrified of silence. They want the reassurance of being seen, praised, or included, so they spend endlessly on appearances and access. But the Sigma is comfortable with silence, because silence filters the real from the fake. If nobody claps when he walks in, he doesn't lose sleep over it. If anything, it sharpens his awareness of who's authentic. He sees validation as something you attract naturally through presence, not something you buy like a concert ticket. There's also a quiet power in refusing to purchase applause. It forces people to reveal their true stance. When you don't bribe their loyalty, you see who actually respects you versus who only claps when their hands are greased. Sigma males thrive in this clarity. They don't need entourages or crowds to inflate them. Their validation is internal, not rented from others. Applause tickets are slavery disguised as acceptance. They bind you to a constant performance for an audience that will vanish the moment you stop paying for their seats. Sigma males walk away from that theater altogether. They don't buy tickets and they don't sell them either. They'd rather stand alone in truth than be surrounded by a crowd that's only there because they were paid to clap. Number 5, prepackaged personalities. Prepackaged personalities are one of the easiest things to buy in today's world, and most people don't even realize they're shopping for them. Society sells them everywhere, in trends, in subcultures, in political slogans, even in self-help movements. They come neatly wrapped with an identity, a vocabulary, a fashion code, and a set of opinions already installed. All you have to do is wear the uniform, repeat the lines, and you'll instantly belong. Sigma males want no part of that. They refuse to let a brand, a movement, or an ideology write their script for them. The appeal of a prepackaged personality is obvious. It saves you the work of discovering yourself. Instead of doing the uncomfortable, messy, and sometimes lonely job of figuring out who you are, you just pick one off the shelf. You can become the gym guy, the crypto guy, the activist, the minimalist, or whatever identity is trending. It comes with a ready-made sense of belonging, but it's rented authenticity. Sigma males know the rent is too high because it costs you your individuality. They reject the idea that selfhood should be outsourced. When you live off prepackaged identities, you end up parroting other people's beliefs, chasing approval from groups, and performing a life that isn't really yours. It feels safe, but it's hollow. Sigma males don't need the safety net. They'd rather take the harder road of shaping themselves from raw experience, trial and error, and ruthless honesty. It may not come with applause or a fan club, but it comes with something better, reality. There's also a quiet kind of rebellion in refusing these packaged roles. When the world says, this is the lifestyle that proves you're successful, or this is the personality that makes you likable, the Sigma male ignores the pitch. He knows that anyone who can sell you an identity can also control you. And the moment your sense of self comes with a label, you're no longer free. You're branded. That's why Sigma males stand apart. They don't buy themselves off a shelf because who they are isn't for sale. Their identity isn't mass-produced. It's hand-forged. It may not fit neatly into a box, but that's the point. Boxes are for products, not people. Number 6, luxury without utility. Luxury without utility is one of the biggest traps people fall into, and Sigma males see right through it. It's not the price tag that bothers them, it's the emptiness behind it. They'll never pay for something that screams status, but whispers nothing of use. To the Sigma, a $5,000 watch that tells time no better than a $50 one is just an overpriced ego prop. It's not luxury, it's insecurity disguised as taste. Most people don't buy luxury because they need it. They buy it because they need to be seen with it. That's the dirty secret of status symbols. They're not really for the owner, they're for the audience. The designer bag, the flashy car, the overpriced shoes, none of them exist to make life better. They exist to signal, look at me, I matter. Sigma males don't need that confirmation, and that's why they never waste money on it. What makes them different is not that they hate quality. They appreciate craftsmanship, durability, and things that actually improve their life. What they reject is the empty theater of wealth, the constant chase for objects that are heavy in price but light in meaning. To a Sigma, luxury without purpose is like carrying gold-plated chains. They look impressive, but at the end of the day, they still weigh you down. There's also a subtle slavery in these purchases. The moment you buy something just to prove your value, you've handed over your identity to the object. You're no longer the man. The item is. And the terrifying part, You have to keep upgrading, buying, and flaunting just to stay relevant. Sigma males don't step onto that hamster wheel. They know real status doesn't come from what you wear, drive, or display. It comes from what you've built, endured, and mastered. That's why their money goes elsewhere. Into freedom, into tools that sharpen them, into things that compound over time instead of evaporating under the spotlight. To them, real luxury is not what you flaunt, but what actually serves you. Expensive emptiness, that's a luxury they'll never buy. Number 7, shortcut wisdom. Shortcut wisdom is one of the most seductive products on the market today, and Sigma males never buy it. Everywhere you look, someone is selling an easy formula for success. 10 hacks to wealth, the secret to instant confidence, or a guru course promising overnight transformation. It all sounds appealing because it promises the reward without the grind. But Sigma males know the truth. Wisdom can't be packaged, and growth can't be outsourced. Experience is the only currency that never lies. The problem with shortcut wisdom is that it sells the illusion of mastery, not the reality. People read one book, finish one course, or memorize a set of motivational quotes and suddenly believe they're equipped for life. But when reality shows up, their shortcut crumbles. Sigma males never fall into that trap because they understand that wisdom is earned the hard way, through mistakes, failures, and lived struggles. A bruise teaches more than a best-selling book ever could. That doesn't mean they reject learning. On the contrary, Sigma males are students for life, but they approach knowledge differently. They absorb information, test it in the real world, and keep only what proves true. They refuse to accept ideas at face value just because they were packaged neatly and sold at a premium. If the advice doesn't survive the battlefield of reality, it's worthless. Shortcut wisdom also reveals something deeper about people, their addiction to comfort. Most want the illusion of growth without the discomfort of discipline. They want to skip the grind and buy the glow. Sigma males see this as weakness. To them, wisdom that comes cheap is usually cheap for a reason. It lacks weight, it lacks scars, and it won't hold up when life punches back. That's why Sigma males put their trust in experience. They'd rather take the long road, the slow lessons, the painful truths, because those are the ones that stick. They don't want to be spoon-fed enlightenment by someone who profits off their laziness. They'd rather starve for a while and cook their own feast. At the end of the day, real wisdom is never downloaded, it's formed. And Sigma males won't buy the shortcut because they already know the long way is the only way. Number 8, public approval insurance. Public approval insurance is one of the most expensive scams people buy into, and Sigma males never pay the premium. It works like this. Most people trade pieces of themselves just to avoid backlash. They soften their opinions, edit their truth, and conform to the group just so no one turns against them. It feels safe, but it's not safety, it's self-erasure. Sigma males see right through it and refuse to hand over their freedom just to collect society's fragile approval. The logic behind public approval insurance is flawed from the start. People think that by keeping quiet, agreeing with the crowd, or hiding their real stance, they're protecting themselves. But approval is not protection, it's performance. The same crowd that claps for you today can boo you tomorrow, and once you've trained yourself to need their acceptance, you've chained yourself to their moves. Sigma males avoid this trap because they understand a simple truth. The crowd is fickle, and betting your identity on their applause is a losing game. What makes Sigma males different is their tolerance for being disliked. They don't see rejection or backlash as threats. They see them as filters. Disapproval reveals who can handle their truth and who can't. To them, backlash is data, not danger. That's why they never buy the insurance of conformity. They don't need it. They'd rather lose approval than lose authenticity, because once you start silencing yourself for safety, you've already been defeated. The irony is that the people who spend their lives buying this kind of insurance never actually feel secure. They're constantly calculating, constantly adjusting, constantly afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing. They live in a prison built from the fear of losing something that was never real to begin with. Sigma males skip that prison altogether. Their safety doesn't come from blending in, it comes from standing firm even if they stand alone. That's why public approval is the most overpriced insurance on earth. It demands everything, your voice, your freedom, your authenticity, and in return it gives you nothing permanent. Sigma males refuse to pay that price. They'd rather risk exposure than pay for protection that doesn't protect. Number 9, synthetic confidence. Synthetic confidence is one of the most common illusions people fall for, but Sigma males refuse to touch it. For most, confidence is not something they build, it's something they buy. They lean on alcohol to loosen their tongue, designer brands to boost their image, or substances to numb their fear of inadequacy. For a while, it works. They feel bolder, louder, more charismatic. But the truth always comes crashing down. If confidence comes with a receipt, it's not confidence at all. It's costume jewelry pretending to be gold. Sigma males see this clearly. They know that real power isn't something you put on. It's something you carry within. A drink may give courage for a night. A luxury outfit might impress strangers for a moment, but neither can survive when life strips away the props. Confidence that depends on external boosters is fragile, temporary, and fake. And Sigma males have no interest in living off a rented version of strength. The danger of synthetic confidence is that it traps people in dependence. The man who only feels bold when he's drunk, or only feels valuable when he's wearing the right label, becomes a slave to his conscience. He can't enter a room, a conversation, or even his own thoughts without them. The Sigma male doesn't play that game because he understands that leaning on false confidence eventually erodes the real kind. Instead, they build confidence the hard way, through mastery, self-discipline, and facing discomfort without shortcuts. They would rather stumble sober than shine artificially. Every scar, every failure, every win earned without a crutch becomes a brick in their foundation. That foundation can't be bought, borrowed, or faked. It's the kind of confidence that doesn't need alcohol to speak, fashion to be noticed, or substances to cope. It simply exists, unshakable, whether anyone is watching you. That's why Sigma males reject synthetic confidence. They know it's nothing more than a rented mask that dissolves once the party ends, the high fades, or the clothes come off. They don't need to buy power because they already own it, carved into their character. And real confidence, unlike the synthetic kind, never expires. Number 10, the illusion of permanence. The illusion of permanence is one of the most seductive lies people spend money on, and Sigma males refuse to buy into it. Human beings hate facing mortality, so entire industries exist to distract us from it. From overpriced nostalgia products to sentimental clutter to legacy insurance schemes that promise a sense of immortality, people keep paying for the comfort of pretending they'll last forever. Sigma males don't. They'd rather face the reality of impermanence head-on than drown in illusions dressed up as investments. The market for permanence is everywhere. People buy collector's items that will only gather dust, trophies that remind them of glory days, or branded keepsakes passed down as if memories could be outsourced to merchandise. Some even sink fortunes into vanity projects designed to scream, "I was here," long after they're gone. Sigma males see through this. To them, permanence sold in a box or contract is nothing more than fear with a price tag. What makes Sigma males different is their comfort with endings. They know nothing lasts. Not possessions, not status, not even the body they inhabit. Instead of resisting this truth with clutter or staged legacies, they embrace it. That's why they don't buy things that only exist to soothe the fear of death or to fake significance. They don't need to stockpile proof of their existence because their value isn't tied to trinkets or contracts. It's tied to the life they actually live. There's also a brutal irony in chasing permanence through material means. The more you cling, the less you truly live. People weighed down by sentimental clutter or obsessed with artificial legacies often miss the present moment in their attempt to secure the future. Sigma males flip this script. They don't waste time trying to be remembered. They focus on being undeniable while they're alive. Their presence, actions, and principles are their legacy, not dusty collections or overpriced policies. The illusion of permanence is a comforting lie. It promises control over time, but delivers nothing but distraction. Sigma males don't pay for that comfort because they know the truth is far more powerful. Impermanence makes every moment sharper, every choice more meaningful, and every life lived fully enough to never need proof that it mattered. Number 11, the mask of success. The mask of success is one of the most expensive lies people fall for, and Sigma males refuse to pay the price. Modern culture has taught people that success is not about what you've actually built, but about how convincingly you can look like you've built it. Flashy cars, rented lifestyle, curated social media feeds, designer clothes, They're all props in a theater where people audition for an audience instead of living their own script. Sigma males walk out of that theater entirely. To them, buying the mask of success is worse than failure because failure is honest. A mask is not. The truth is, looking successful always costs more than being successful. A person may max out credit cards to keep up appearances, spend more on outfits than on actual investments, or waste time rehearsing a persona that could have been spent building reality. It's a hollow transaction. You're constantly paying to maintain an image that collapses the moment you stop funding it. Sigma males don't waste resources on illusions because they know the performance eventually bankrupts the performer. What makes them different is that they're comfortable being underestimated. They don't need the visual markers of success to feel secure. If they're driving a modest car, wearing simple clothes, or living quietly, they don't feel any less powerful. Because their power comes from what they own internally and strategically, not what they can showcase. In fact, the Sigma male often thrives in being overlooked, because while others are busy posing, he's busy building. There's also a deeper freedom in rejecting the mask. When you don't have to keep up appearances, you don't owe anyone a performance. Sigma males don't burn energy trying to impress, which means they can direct all of it toward creating a life that's unshakable. When they finally reveal their reality, it shocks people precisely because it wasn't advertised. The mask of success is seductive because it buys attention quickly, but quick attention is never lasting respect. Sigma males know this, and that's why they'd rather spend years forging substance than seconds flashing illusions. For them, success doesn't need to be worn. It speaks for itself, quietly, powerfully, and without the mask. Number 12. Band-Aid freedom. Band-Aid freedom is one of the slickest illusions sold to people today, and Sigma males refuse to waste a single dime on it. It's the idea that you can buy a taste of freedom without ever actually being free. A weekend getaway to escape the job you hate, a shopping spree to mask the emptiness you feel, or a wild night out to forget how trapped you are. All of these are temporary patches on a wound that keeps bleeding. Sigma males don't buy the patch. They'd rather rip out the root of the problem and dismantle the entire cage. The reason Band-Aid freedom is so popular is because it's convenient. It gives people the feeling of liberation without the cost of change. But that's the trap. Every time you settle for a quick escape, you reinforce the system that keeps you chained. You go back to the same job, the same routine, the same suffocating life. Except now you need another fix just to tolerate it. It's not freedom. It's addiction disguised as relief. Sigma males reject that cycle completely. They don't want borrowed freedom that lasts a few hours. They want ownership of their life. That means making brutal choices, walking away from jobs that strangle their spirit, cutting ties with toxic people,
You don't own
and designing a
life.
life where they don't need an escape
You own
because they're
shit,
not
man.
trapped to begin with.
You own shit.
Where most people wait all year for 2 weeks of vacation, Sigma males are building lives they don't need.
You don't own
There's
anything.
also something cowardly about buying Band-Aid freedom.
You
It's a way
don't
of
own
avoiding the
anything.
truth
You're worthless.
that your cage exists because you allow
You're
it.
just
Sigma
you're
males
just a
refuse to
worthless
They face
fucking
the
human
discomfort head on, even
You
if it
don't
means tearing
own
down
anything.
structures that everyone else accepts.
at all.
They'd rather live with the pain of rebuilding than the sedation of temporary escape.
No one
At the core,
owns anything.
Band-Aid freedom is a rental agreement with your own misery. You get small doses of relief, but you never own your life. Sigma males won't rent their joy or lease their liberty. They'd rather break the walls of the cage once and for all and walk out free for good. At the end of the day, Sigma males don't reject buying things because they're cheap or stingy. They reject them because most of what people pay for isn't worth owning. The world is flooded with illusions for sale. Rented status, fake confidence, pre-packaged personalities, algorithm-approved relevance. People spend fortunes on cages disguised as freedom, masks sold as success, and validation wrapped up as friendship. Sigma males don't play that game. They'd rather walk away with nothing fake than fill their lives with expensive emptiness. What makes them different is not just what they buy, but what they refuse to buy. Every no they give is a statement of power. No to rented loyalty, no to shortcut wisdom, no to applause that only comes with a price tag. While most people bankrupt themselves chasing appearances, Sigma males invest only in what compounds. freedom, authenticity, truth, and independence. And that's the secret. They don't need a receipt to prove their worth. They don't need the mask, the band-aid, or the algorithm to tell them who they are. Their life is already the proof.
Don't know anything.
And that's why, in a world obsessed with buying everything, Sigma males remain the rare ones who can't be bought. If this hit you differently, don't just scroll past. Claim it. Subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. Share this with someone who's still buying illusions because they need to hear it. Every time you engage, you're not just supporting the channel, you're proving that authenticity still cuts through the noise. Stay sharp, stay real, and I'll see you in the next one.
Nerozumiem, prečo táto vec dáva tak malý damage, keď im malo dávať najväčší damage. To nedáva zmysel. Gogo, poď sa pridržiť! Nekrič odtiaľ, nekrič! Poď sa pridržiť! Špekačka! Nič, za chvíľu už tak už končíme s touto sáčkou. Nechám prepadávať tie veci. Nebudem robiť v tróne nič. Ak budem niečo robiť, tak sú to tie 2 kontrakty maximálne. To je nič, to je ľahké hovno. A týmto končím. Nebudeme robiť ani ženy, ani tieto kontrakty, ani 10 kontaktov denne, ani dungeony. Jediné, čo robíme, sú 2 kontakty denne a aj to neviem, čo budem robiť. A tie 2 kontakty ma nezabijú, to je... Yes, it's fine. Ani to vadí. Je na čase poslať Trondoriti. A už sa to blíži. Ja by som povedal, že trvalo ostáva tak 1 mesiac. 1 mesiac, pretože mám Da Vinciho kódy. Ale končí to. Da Vinciho kódy. Ale to bude do paseky. Neskutočne ma nebaví. Dneska už som znechutený z toho. Až tak som z neho znechutený, že rozmýšľam, že radšej si pustím Ligu retardov a nebudem nič robiť, ne. Zoberiem si zase nejaké bany. A nie je dôvod na Ligu retardov, pretože sa blíži Path of Exile. Zajtra je Path of Exile, budúci týždeň je Renčej. Aj keď Renčej neviem, či nejako závažia extra, ale ja si stále nemyslím, že je to Trón, ktorý je nezodpovedný za tú megalomániu. Ja si stále nemyslím, že je to Trón, ktorý je zodpovedný za tú megalomániu. Skôr je to to, že som úplne už som extrémne na tom zle. Aj fyzicky. Aj som fyzicky chorý. Aké pičné choroby mám. A psychicky som na tom úplne ešte horšie. Psychicky som na tom ešte horšie. Som úplne zdecimovaný. Takže ja si nemyslím, že ma nebaví Trón. Mňa nebaví táto sračka. Tento hníz, ktorý sme namočení. Toto chorá svastika. Idem ťa zvolať. Idem ťa zvolať, špejkačka. Idem doniesť špejkačku, lebo... Vidíme, že je najsvoj. Zobrať špejkačku. Špikuju. Nebuď Bojko, posaď sa. Nebuď Bojko. Nebuď Bojko, špekačka, nebuď Bojko. Daj si do nosa vrchy. Nebuď Bojko, špekačka, nebuď Bojko. Nebuď Bojko. Prečo si dávaš do nosa? Celý deň si najedol zase, čo Bojko? Čo si tam vzadu robil?
Yeah, what do you... Ed!
Celý deň si najedol a teraz sa práskaš. Teraz sa práskaš ako krkovička. Ako krkovička. Это posledná.
Everything gets down from this one.
Это posledná.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh,
conflict. But that version of him was incomplete. It was a compromise, a partial expression of the force he truly carried inside. In the final form, that restraint falls away. He no longer softens, no longer tames his thoughts or actions for the sake of someone else's comfort. His presence is full, raw, and undeniable. People feel it immediately. The subtle power he once held back becomes impossible to ignore. The quiet intensity, the razor-sharp mind, and the unwavering independence, all of it comes forward without apology or dilution. For the first time, others see the full weight of who he really is, and it is both mesmerizing and intimidating. This transformation is not about ego or arrogance. It is about authenticity and self-ownership. He is no longer performing to fit into expectations or protect fragile egos. He has realized that holding back is empty. And in his final form, compromise is no longer an option. What he once restrained out of consideration now becomes his strength. There is also a lesson in this. People only respect what they cannot take for granted. When he softens, they may appreciate him, but they never truly grasp the power of his being. By embracing the full version of himself, he commands respect effortlessly. He is no longer the man who tiptoes around the comfort of others. He is the man whose presence cannot be ignored, whose force is both compelling and unforgettable, and whose life is lived fully on his own terms. This is the Sigma male final form in its purest state. Raw, unapologetic, and undeniable, it is the full expression of the man he was always meant to be. Number 3, you fear stagnation above all. Imagine reaching a point in life where standing still feels worse than failing. For a Sigma male, stagnation is a fear that runs deeper than any external threat. Growth is no longer optional. It is a requirement, a rule you live by even when it exhausts you. Every day, every decision, every choice carries the unspoken question. Am I moving forward, or am I slipping into stillness? The thought of becoming static, predictable, or ordinary is terrifying because you know that once the mind and spirit stop stretching, the essence of who you are begins to crumble. This fear is not about ambition in the traditional sense. It is not about chasing status, wealth, or recognition. It is about avoiding the slow, invisible death of your potential. You see patterns, weaknesses, and comfort zones that others ignore. You feel the pull of routine, the temptation to settle, and the ease of repetition. But you cannot accept it. The Sigma understands that predictability is a trap. It lulls people into mediocrity, dulls the mind, and numbs the spirit. The terror of stagnation becomes almost physical. It creeps in during quiet moments when you look at yourself in the mirror and ask hard questions. Are you pushing yourself? Are you evolving? Are you challenging what you think you know? You cannot lie to yourself because the truth is sharp, undeniable, and sometimes painful. Every choice to grow becomes a small act of defiance against the inertia that wants to claim you. And yet, this relentless drive is what separates a Sigma from the rest. Others may rest comfortably, but you cannot. You embrace the discomfort of growth because it keeps you alive, aware, and powerful. The fear itself becomes fuel. You learn to use it, to let it sharpen your instincts, your decisions, and your perspective on life. Stagnation is the enemy, and the pursuit of growth is the constant battle that defines you. Even the most advanced Sigma fears stopping because he knows that life rewards only those who keep moving forward, and the moment he stops, he begins to fade. Number 4, he sees how rare he truly is, and it terrifies him. Imagine looking at yourself and suddenly realizing just how rare you are. For a Sigma male in its final form, this moment of clarity is both exhilarating and terrifying. It is not about ego or feeling superior. It is not about thinking you are better than others. It is a quiet, almost startling recognition that very few people will ever truly understand the depths of who you are. Your thoughts, your perspective, and the way you experience the world are unlike the majority, and that realization hits with a strange intensity. This awareness can feel isolating when you notice how differently you see the world, how you think in patterns most cannot follow, and how your priorities are fundamentally unique. You realize that many will never relate to you. They might admire you, fear you, or even be drawn to you. But understanding, truly understanding, that is rare. And that rarity is not a badge to show off. It is a truth you carry quietly, a part of the burden and the gift of being Sigma. And yet, in that loneliness, there is freedom. Freedom from needing validation, from explaining yourself, from conforming to expectations you never agreed to. You no longer seek approval because you understand that it is not worth the effort, and it can never fully capture who you are anyway. You move through life on your own terms, guided by your internal compass, embracing the solitude that allows you to grow without distraction or compromise.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Opäť sa vykadiť, bolí ma brucho. Už to začalo? Ale už to je hotové, ty kokotiské.
We've detected a spike in the red fog energy settling over the swamp.
We grab like 350 here.
When the red fog is thick, strong water vapor will be released throughout the swamp. Use the swamp outlets for quick travel.
Čo za imbecil tam prišlo?
Lambert, we'll retreat from the swamp as well. I'll be back when the contamination clears up.
We grab like 350. Like fuck off. We got 100. So
Red fog is forced to visit.
200
It's time to
more.
take the divine beast. First, destroy that
We good.
device. At a time like this, stop them. Keep them away from their enemy mixer. The red fog totem's energy is too
Oh
strong.
shit, I'm using these Vaglers.
Defeat the Archeum forces nearby and neutralize the red fog totem.
Archeum forces roaming the
Okay,
swamp.
so we're almost there.
Clear Eiffel.
Almost in the Magic Land. Just a couple of bucklers. Takédlo som kadil. Bola to nepríjemná hnáčka. Bola to nepríjemná hnáčka, ktorá to celé skomplikovala. Musím potrebovať ešte vyplachnúť črevo. To je ďalšia hnáčka. On potrebuje spláchnuť. Umyť váňu. Hnáčky sú nepríjemné, lebo skomplikujú situáciu.
Outnumbered! You're no match for us!
Hnáčky skomplikujú situáciu. Už sme skoro tam, už máme 500. Už len 100. Posledných 100 faganov. Mám 5000. Nič, pomaly, ale pomaly posielame nahnitý trón do paseky. Posledných 50. Pomaly posielame nahnitý trón do paseky.
Thank goodness. Crisis averted. Now let's focus on healing Minutrite. Minutrite's breathing is slowly returning to normal. Well done. We healed a good amount of damage thanks to your help. Adventurers, please channel your energy into the healing magic circle.
We'll keep collecting materials to help with our healing efforts. We appreciate your help.
Kde sú tí piči,
We'll
sovia?
set up a leap magic circle for your convenience.
To nestíhne normálne.
Red fog have caused many casualties. We need your help to care for the wounded.
To neuvěřitelné. Chore. Žujeme, koľko názve ja mám. What is it? O, toto naražil. Koľko chceme tu dať? 100. Osvojím na to.
Oh no! Karkas! Minutrite is in danger!
100.
Defeat Karkas, so Minutrite can get ready to take flight.
Koľko je najmenšia paseka? Whatever, man.
Oh no! Karkas! Minutrite is in danger! Defeat Karkas, so Minutrite can get ready to take flight.
Máme 100. Úplne uletí tento paškvil mám. Oh man. Neskôršie som zdegenerovaný. Neuveriteľne som
Where
zdegenerovaný.
are you off to, Cousin Harry?
Masívnu úroveň. Masívnu. Tá degenerácia je tučná. Tučná.
Hi. Welcome!
Tučná degenerácia. Radšej som si vystrel kocúra znova. A radšej by som si vystrel kocúra znova. Oh my god. Oh. Vôbec nič sa mi nechce na tomto svete chujo. Na tomto svete chujo. Oh. God. Jak si odgegol ten štrámak. Tak si odgegol. To ti bráda. Pekne si odgegol. Pekne si odgegol. Pekne si vygrgol. Pekne si odgrgol. Pekne si vygrgol. Oh, fuckers. Worthless butchers. Oh my god, man. Oh, fuck off. What is this? To som videl celé, to nebolo zlé. Len takisto depresívna sračka. Toto neviem čo. Right. 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 To som nikdy nedorazil silou. Som skončil na druhej sérii, sa mi zdá. Data neće 2 razine. Ne, ale je pravda, že nič nie. Nemám žiadne seriály. Ako to, že nemám žiadny seriál, to si nemôžem každý deň niečo pozrieť. To je podľa mňa... To je podľa mňa... To je podľa mňa dosť príspevok, ktorý som taký zdeprimovaný. No neviem, čo robiť.
Pedro Porro, Williams, and send it into Spain by Ferran Torres!
When Spain appointed Luis de la Fuente as their manager in December of 2022, almost nobody was excited. Spain had just crashed out of the World Cup in Qatar, and many wanted a big-name replacement for Luis Enrique. Instead, Spanish Football Federation handed the job to a quiet coach who had never managed in the top flight of club football.
Bueno, pues nosotros creo que hemos demostrado que somos capaces de dominar esas situaciones de estrés máximo que se genera cuando además tienes una ventaja en el marcador y los rivales, lógicamente, tienen que ir a igualar esa desventaja. Pues nosotros mantuvimos el mismo criterio futbolístico, la misma idea. Teníamos el convencimiento de que nosotros seguíamos siendo muy peligrosos, tanto en el juego de control del juego.
To a lot of people, it felt like Spain had lowered their standards. But that's not what was happening at all. Behind the scenes, Spain had a much bigger plan. Over the next few years, the bald man with glasses would completely transform the national team. They won the
Seeing the
nation
defined beast take flight.
Euro 2024 and then became world champions at the 2026 World Cup.
The light bring us to some.
So how did an uninspiring appointment turn into one of
Those
the
guard
smartest
castle
decisions
like
the
never
Spanish Football
before.
Federation has ever made? To understand why De La Fuente's Spain are so organized and adaptable today, you have to look back at his coaching career. The biggest influence came in the early 1980s when he played under the legendary Javier Clemente at Athletic Bilbao. Clemente's teams were not known for flash football. They were known for being tough to beat. They defended as a unit, worked harder than everyone else, and played with a direct physical style that frustrated opponents. De La Fuente was a key part of that team. He helped Athletic Bilbao win back-to-back La Liga titles in 1983 and 1984 before completing a famous domestic double by beating Barcelona in the Copa del Rey final. They were also awarded the Spanish Super Cup that same year, the greatest period in the club's history. Playing in that environment taught De La Fuente lessons that still show up in his coaching today. While many Spanish teams became obsessed with beautiful passing football, he learned that winning also requires discipline, organization, hard work, and knowing when to be pragmatic. After a success at Athletic Club, De La Fuente joined Sevilla in 1987, where he spent 4 seasons playing mainly as a left back, although he could also fill in further up the pitch as a wingback. He later returned to Athletic Club in 1991, where he briefly worked on the Europeans before finishing his career with Deportivo Alaves and retiring in 1994. By the time he hung up his boots, De La Fuente had played more than 250 La Liga matches. Those years gave him a deep understanding of defending, dressing room culture, and what it takes to compete at the highest level. Looking at the way his Spain team plays today, it's easy to see that many of those lessons stayed with him long after his playing career ended. Now, when De La Fuente retired as a player, he didn't just jump straight into one of Spain's biggest jobs. Instead, he worked his way up the hard way. He started coaching in the lower divisions with Portugalete before moving to Correa Vitoria. In 2001, he joined Sevilla's academy, where he spent 4 years helping develop some of the biggest names in Spanish football. Jesus Navas, and the way he from there, he returned to Atlanta, coaching one of the youth teams. He was given charge of Roda and the league over 2 years as well. Not everything was perfect. He had a short spell managing the Geneva Araba, which ended up with him sacked, and left him without work, and forced him to leave the team. Looking back, it probably was one of the most important moments of his career, which can be helpful and taught resilience, qualities of
Tepež hovna.
Spanish Football Federation was looking for youth coaches, and thanks to a recommendation from former Spanish manager Enrique Saez, De La Fuente was given the under-19 job on a short-term contract. That decision ended up changing everything, because over the next decade, he became one of the most successful youth coaches in Spanish football. More importantly, he helped develop the very generation that would later become the backbone of the senior national team. He led Spain's under-19s to the European Championship in 2015, coached the under-18s to a gold medal at the Mediterranean Games, won the under-21 European Championship in 2019, and guided Spain to a silver medal at the Tokyo Olympics. Along the way, he worked closely with players like Rodri, Miguel Merino, Unai Simon, Dani Olmo, and Fabian Ruiz, years before they became stars for his senior team. That's a huge reason why his transition to the senior squad was so smooth. He already knew the players, and they already knew exactly what he expected from them. Funny enough, De La Fuente wasn't just coaching on the training pitch. He was also teaching other coaches. Alongside his work with Spain's youth teams, he became a tactics instructor at the Spanish Football Federation's coaching school in Las Rosas, helping educate the next generation of managers. Here's another fun fact. One of the students sitting in his classroom was Lionel Scaloni. So long before the two would become World Cup winning managers, they were teacher and student. Now, teaching also changed De La Fuente himself. Early in his coaching career, his teams reflected the traditional Basque style that he grew up with. Direct football, physical battles, and fighting for second ball. But spending years teaching tactics and studying different systems opened his mind. He started blending Spain's technical passing game with quicker attacks, faster transitions, and much more tactical flexibility. That evolution would eventually become the foundation of the Spain team that conquered Europe in 2024 before going on to become world champions in 2026. Now, when Luis de la Fuente took over Spain in late 2022, before all of this success, he didn't want to completely reinvent Spanish football. More so, he wanted to fix it. Because you see, under Luis Enrique, Spain still dominated possession, but it became slow, like watching paintbrush. It was far too easy to defend it. The team would often complete hundreds of passes without creating any clear-cut chances. It was all foreplay, no penetration. De La Fuente kept the technical identity that Spain has always been known for, but he completely changed the speed and purpose of their football. The biggest difference was that Spain actually now looked to play forward whenever the opportunity was there, instead of just endlessly passing sideways. Defenders and Rodri constantly looked for line-breaking passes through the middle. As soon as they spot a gap, they'll fire the ball into the midfield, where players like Pedri, Fabian Ruiz, or Olmo were waiting between the opposition lines. These guys are incredibly comfortable at receiving the ball under pressure. One quick turn, and suddenly Spain are running straight at the opposition defense instead of recycling possession. The wingers are another huge reason why this system works. Unlike previous Spanish teams where wide players often drifted inside early, so they were just makeshift central midfielders, Nico Williams and Lamine Yamal stayed as wide as possible during the build-up because they were natural wingers that stretched the opposition across the entire pitch. As defenders are forced wider to deal with them, huge gaps start opening in the middle for Spain's midfielders to attack. It also creates exactly what Spain wants, which is lots of one-on-one situations. If Nico Williams or Lamine Yamal can isolate a fullback, Spain back themselves every single time. Both players have the pace and dribbling ability to beat defenders, create crosses, or cut inside and combine with their teammates. What makes it even harder to defend is all the movement around them. When a winger stays wide, midfielders like Pedri or Dani Olmo will often make underlapping runs into the space between the opposition's fullback and center back. If the winger dribbles inside, the fullback, so there's Marcos Correa or Poro, races around the outside to create a 2-on-1 overload. There's always someone moving. There's always another passing option. That constant rotation makes Spain incredibly difficult to defend because defenders are constantly deciding whether to follow runners or hold their position. Even the striker has a different job than people might expect, whether it was Alvaro Morata or now Oyarzabal. The striker isn't just standing in the box waiting for crosses with CR7. They're actually going to be useful to drop into midfield or drag a center back out of position. As soon as the defender steps forward, space opens up behind the back line for Spain's wingers or midfielders to attack. It's a small movement, but it creates huge opportunities. Then here's another important one. Spain are just as impressive without the ball as they are with the ball. When these guys lose possession, they immediately try to win it back with an aggressive high press. The striker leads the press, forcing opponents towards the wing, where the rest of the team can trap them. Behind that press is Rodri, who acts as the team's safety net, cutting off passing lanes through the middle and stopping attacks and protecting the back of the field from Connor. If the first press doesn't work, Spain go ahead. They quickly drop into a compact defensive phase, closing off the middle of the pitch and forcing opponents to attack down the wing instead. It's one of the reasons it becomes so difficult to beat. Now, the biggest proof that De La Fuente's ideas actually work came at the 2024 Euro. Spain was drawn into what many people call the group of death, alongside Croatia, Italy, and Albania. Spain came flying out of the blocks, beating Croatia 3-0 before completely outplaying the half-11 Italians in a 1-0 win. They then finished the group with another win over Albania to qualify with a perfect record. As the knockout stage began, Spain showed they could win games in this way. After coming from behind to comfortably beat Georgia 4-1 in the round of 16, they faced the host Germany in one of the toughest matches of the tournament. Germany managed to slow down Spain's dangerous wing attack, but De La Fuente adjusted brilliantly. Instead of relying only on Yamal and Nico Williams, he put Danny Carvajal and Martin Correa much higher up the pitch to provide some width. Alvaro Morata also dropped deeper to pull defenders out of position, creating space for runners from the midfield. The tactical switch was perfect. With equal extra time, Mikel Merino arrived in the box to head home a dramatic winner for the and sending straight into the semifinals. Next came the Baguette Warriors' France. Didier Deschamps side took an early lead, but Spain never panicked. They kept pressing, kept moving the ball quickly, and slowly took complete control of the match. Mbappe was kept quiet for long periods as Spain's midfield dominated possession. Yamal, of course, produced that unbelievable goal to equalize before Dani Olmo completed the comeback, giving Spain a deserved 2-1 win. That set up a final against England in Berlin, and once again, Spain were the better team. They controlled possession without becoming predictable, defended with incredible discipline, and created the better chances. The 2-1 win secured Spain's fourth European championship and a new tournament record. Spain carried that confidence straight into World Cup qualifying. Who was the group to beat? They hammered 36-0 away from home, beat Bulgaria 4-0, and arrived at the 2026 World Cup as one of the betting favorites. Their World Cup goal did not begin well. They were held to a frustrating 0-0 by what we later found out was a Cape Verde super team. Immediately, people started questioning whether the favorites had lost their spark. But Luis De La Fuente never can. He backed his players, trusted the system, and refused to change anything. It didn't take that long for the patience to pay off. Spain bounced back by bending Saudi Arabia over and putting through a match. Then they grinded out a tough 1-0 win over Uruguay to finish top of the group. From there, they looked unstoppable. Austria was swept aside 3-0 in the round of 32 before Spain knocked out Portugal 1-0 in a match that saw their defense completely shut down the legs of Cristiano Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes. So I don't know if that's the toughest job in the world. Belgium gave them a tougher test. Spain actually conceded their first and only goal of the tournament, but even then they stayed calm. They had controlled the game from start to finish and earned a deserved 2-1 win to reach the semifinals. Waiting for them, once again, was France. They were seen as the massive favorites, but Spain completely outplayed them. Their midfield controlled the game from start to finish, leaving Kylian the dictator Mbappe in the French attack with no room to play. Like Olise, Dembele, and Mbappe were scoring for fun, but they just couldn't compete because Spain's midfield dictated the tempo all night. Oyarzabal scored a penalty, and then Pedro Porro secured a comfortable 2-0, sending Spain to their first World Cup final since 2010. Now the final could not have been scripted any better. Forget the Yamal versus Messi storyline. This was also De La Fuente versus Scaloni. Now the question before the final was, how do you stop Lionel Messi? The man had 8 goals and 4 assists coming into the final. Well, it was simple. Spain defended collectively. Rodri, Fabian Ruiz, and the back line all worked together to close down passing lanes, limiting Messi's space, and cutting him off from the rest of Argentina's attack. It worked perfectly. Spain controlled possession from the opening whistle. They created all the chances and forced Martinez to keep making save after save. Like, the Argentinians were barely hanging on. Like, these brothers didn't have a shot until extra time. Finally, in the 106th minute,
Pedro Porro, Williams, and stuffed it into Spain by Ferran Torres! At last! At long last!
after wave of Spanish attacks, they got their reward. It was the moment that decided the World Cup. Spain held on to secure a historic 1-0 win, lifting their second World Cup and completing one of the greatest periods in the history of international football. In the space of just a few years, Luis De La Fuente had taken a team that many people have written off and turned them into the undisputed kings of world football. The biggest difference that Luis De La Fuente had made wasn't on the tactics board, it was in the dressing room. He had built his team around trust and relationships. Players often described him as more of a father figure than a traditional football manager. He was approachable, supportive, and made every player feel important. Whether they were starting every game or riding the bench, they still felt a part of the squad, and that created something special. Spain became a team with almost no ego. Players accepted their role, subs stayed fully committed, and everyone bought into the same goal. His leadership was also especially important for the younger players. When Lamine Yamal exploded onto the global stage, everybody and their mother immediately started comparing him to the greats. That kind of pressure can crush a teenager. De La Fuente refused to let that happen. Instead of adding even more pressure, he constantly reminded everyone that Yamal was still just a young player learning his craft. His job, he said, wasn't to rush his development, but to protect him, guide him, and help him grow naturally. He took the same approach with Pau Cubarsí and the rest of Spain's young stars. So yes, he modernized Spain tactically. Yes, he won the Euros and the World Cup. But more than anything else, he built a culture where every player felt valued, every staff member felt appreciated, and the team always came before the individual. That's what turned a talented group of footballers into world champions. If you enjoyed this video, I'm sure you will love this one too. Check it out right here.
I'm not enjoying shit. De ene fudge. Čo to je? Není to jediný cítiaci a usudzujúci. What the fuck? Oh, fuck off, man. Oh, fuck off. Ugh. Tí idioti ani 24 hodín plus minus predtým nepovedia. To sú kokoti. Neviem, koľko vydrží tá liga. Fuck. Fuck, man. Toto. What's going on? Shit. Pojďte za mé okovnice. Oh fucking hell, man. We're fucked. We are so fucked, man. Oh. Belok Černoch, podstate sa. Nelietajte medzi pičusov do divočiny. Neviem, čo tam lietate, bo chcete, aby vás pičusovia dostali? Chcete, aby vás vylízali tí hajzli? Vonku sliedia pičusovia ľudia a môžu vás dostať. Prestaňte lietať von, Beloha Černoch, prestaňte lietať von. Beloch, Černoch, relaxujte. Černoch, čo sa púšťaš do Belocha? Čo nedáš pokoj? Čo to nerieš? Čo to nerie? Čo rie do Belocha? Oh god. God with this shit. God with this shit, man. You really got roach. You really got fucked like that. You fucking bitch fucks. You really got fucked like that. You fucking bitch fucks. You fucking bitch fucks. You fucking worthless bitch fucks. You fucking... Dáme si jednu. Je to chore, čo sme sa dožili, je to chore. Čo je to za pičesov? Ja sa musím do toho hlbšie ponoviť a skúsiť nájsť nejaký seriál. V hlbšej časti. Tohto sme sa dožili. Donesem Loptošovi, tomu parmazánovi dozadu. Trochu makarónov s tabakovou nátierkou. Nahnitý Trump finišuje. Nahnitý Trump finišuje. Blíži sa konec jeho páseky a konec jeho schizofrénie. Nahnitý Trump finišuje, konec. Iba dozadu tomu Crackerovi trošku báklažánu. že som si pokecal s Gurmiciusom, prezývaný v našej komunite aj Gurmík. Po ceste sa mi trochu zahryzol do ruky. Ako Gurmicius sa mi vždy rád zahryzne do ruky. To je taká jeho pasia. No, taká jeho pasia. Taká jeho pasia. Taká jeho pasia. A že ešte nám kontakty nejaké vylízať. Už to začalo. Tá chorá hniloba. A máme kontrakty. A dosáčka končí. Musí skončiť táto sáčka na hnedý trh. Čo je Gur? Čo je špageta? Čo ťa kričíš? Škrekoš. Čo ty grazel? Čo ty mákový súdok? Tam vzadu kropka. Oh my fuck. Fuck me, man. Fuck the butchers. Fuck the butchers, man. Fuck the butchers. Fuck the butchers, man. Fuck the butchers.
Dale Knight says finally
More Fusco codes.
you can handle them.
Fuck the butchers. Pekelné utrpenie. Sme vylizaní v pekelnom utrpení. Môžem dať aj dneska vynulovať kontrakty. Zatiaľ by sme to ešte mali vytočiť. Sobota, nevedel, pondelok, útorok. Streda. Aby som zabil túto sáčku. Ja som sa vysad na trón. A ešte potrebujem počkať, kým defi. Ako mohol by som otačať manažera namiesto neho, to je pravda. Mal by som radšej otačať manažera. Mal by som, no. Vysať sa toto náhnité všíhactvo. Vysať sa toto náhnité všíhactvo. A zajtra už je tu Power Exile. Už to mi nechce manažera začínať, keď sa bude otačať vodná liga. Vodná liga sa bude točiť tvrdo a rázne. Ale je pravda, že nahnitý trán už je do paseky. Len chce to čas, chce to čas. Chce to čas. Ale to je istá vec, nahnitý trón končí. Táto chorá svastika mu nebude porúčať. Nebude nám porúčať tento vred. Nebude nám porúčať. Tento chorý vred. Akože teraz by mal skončiť, si spustím manažéra. Bojí sa ťažký zápas s Parížom. Parížom Saint-Germain. Tam to bude trošku krkavčiť. Ale jednoznačne končí nahnitý trón. Idem pozrieť toho Štrámaka, čo Čo tam vzadu krekrčí? Pozor tam Štrámák. Koľko je to s nami ten Štrámák? Od roku 2014. 12 rokov. 12-ročný Štrámák. 12-ročný Štrámák. Alebo 2014 alebo 2015.
Can't pick? Read each story and choose whichever one stands out.
A máme sa to zistiť. Dá sa to zistiť. Dá sa to zistiť, len neviem, že... Asi je to komplikované, neviem, kde voda. To bolo asi na hlavnom. Na hlavnom. Ja tam nemám veľa vecí, to je pravda, takže to pôjde rýchlo. Na hlavnom to bude podľa mňa. Ja tam nemám veľa vecí, takže by som to mal nájsť rýchlo. Ja to nemám veľa sáčiek. No to už sú 4 roky dozadu. 2019. 2018. 17. 17. 16. Dobre, tak 2015. Takže má 2015, takže má 11 rokov. A aký bol Štrámák? Aký bol Štrámák? Bol to Štrámák, no. Bol to tučný Štrámák. Tučný Štrámák. Tučný Štrámák. Takže má 11 rokov. Narodil sa v 2015. Odhadujem, že niekedy v januári sa narodil na začiatku. Ale možno na konci v decembri. Koľko tu môže mať? Tu môže mať podľa mňa 3 mesiace. Tu môže mať podľa mňa 3 mesiace. Dajme tomu, že má 3, no. No, sa narodil niekedy v januári. Alebo v decembri. Mohol sa narodiť v decembri. Ale tam je 1 mesiac maximálny rozdiel. To znamená, rátame sa narodil 1. januára. No. Že má 11 rokov. 11 rokov má ten Galgan. 11 rokov. Priateľ Marco na tej fotke môže mať 3 mesiace. Takže ak sa narodil, mohlo to byť niekedy ku koncu decembra, 20. decembra. A skôr som myslel, že sa narodil v januári. Takého 4. januára. Tretieho januára môžem povedať. Ťažko povedať. Takže 11 rokov má plus minus. 12 rokov bude mať v roku 2027. Nemôže tam za to toľko krkavčiť. Ja z rokov je to s nami ten Galgan. To je slušná pasaka. Ja z rokov je s nami ten Galgan. Povieme, že na ten imbecil povedal, tam povedali, že majú z Kingstownu, že už je, ale to nie je pravda. To nie je pravda. To nie je pravda. To nie je pravda. To je najskôr v septembri. Najskôr. Tí píčecovia ani dneska nevedia na to. Problém je, že všetko nasvedčuje tomu, že ani Rangeri, ani Path of Exile nevydržia dlho. Nevyzerá to dobre. Až za to môže sauna, čo spôsobil tento môj brutálny zákaz. Či tento môj brutálny zákaz spôsobila sauna. Alebo naozaj odchádzam do paseky a do paškvilu. A to je jasné, že odchádzam do paseky a do paškvilu len. To sa dozrieme, keď prestaje byť sauna. Keď tu teplota klesie na 29 stupňov, keď tu bude 29 mi ukazovať, keď to klesne ešte o tie 3 stupne dole, tak potom uvidíme, či sa niečo zmení na mojej veľmi zlej nálade a tom, aký som zdecimovaný. A nedostatok seriálov to spôsobuje. Aký sa mi deficit seriálov? Počkaj, som zabudol na Sugara. Už by mal byť ďalšia časť vonku. A Sugar to nespasí aj tak. Nič to nespasí, to už iba taká fantasmagória. Nič to nespasí, to fantasmagória. Nič to nespasí. Nič to nespasí. Boj som znechutený. To Banshee ma znova sa dostalo Banshee na scénu. To Banshee ma strašne devastuje. Znova. To utrpenie na svete ma úplne ničí. Nedokážem nemyslieť na to, aké je to celé v sračke. V akom utrpení sme namočení. Ako to bude iba katastrofa za katastrofou. Bieda za biedou. Mizéria za mizériou. Depresia za depresiou. Nedokážem na to prestať mysleť, aké sme hovné. strašnom hovne sme. Všetko je v neskutočnej sračke. To, čo sme sa dožili, to je katastrofa. Ešte tam mám jednu megalomániu. Ešte tam mám. Potrebujem brnenie. A vyťukal som všetky kontakty. Nemôžem ich tak hromadiť, tie kontakty, lebo to je úplne o ničom. To je úplne o ničom. Ak to bude plus minus skoro 61. Možno to bude aj 61. No 3 pokusy na brnenie. 3 pokusy. Takže to není ako... Je pravda, že nedostatok vecí k tomu prispieva, lebo keby bolo čo robiť, keby som bol do niečoho zažratý, keby som bol do niečoho namotivovaný, toto je ten problém. Že ak nič nie je, depresia ma ovládne. Pretože začnem myslieť na to, v akej sme sračke. Takže áno, za ten brutálny zdravotný stav, to není ani teplo, ten hlavný dôvod je, že nie je sa do čoho zahryznúť. Nie je sa do čoho zahryznúť. Power of Exile to zmení, ale maximálne na 20 dní, takže to... Nie je sa do čoho zahryznúť. Nič ma nebaví, lebo nič nie je. Nič ma nebaví, to by som nepovedal, že ma nič nebaví, nič nie je. Trón je sračka, to je sračka. A okrem tónu máme čo? Okrem tónu máme manažéra. A tu sa zase prikláňa to teplo. Že v tomto teple sa im manažér nechce otáčať.
Stand stick, read each story and choose whichever one stands out.
To teple sa im manažér nechce otáčať. Pretože je to tvrdé. Je to tvrdé. Ja neviem. Pretože dá sa čo točiť. Dá sa čo točiť. Lenže on je to taký uzavretý kruh. Že na manažera by sa aj dalo namotivovať. Že v tomto teple sa nedá. Power Exile to neviem dokedy vydrží. To čo má s očami? Zapálené oči? Nepodarí sa zachrániť zrak. Stan slepa, to je v prdeli. To je v prdeli. Toto je to, čo hovorím, depresia. Neviem, aký šťastný život môžem mať, keď je slepá. To je ilúzia hovna. Nevidíš ani hovno. Ja. Zásačky. Tak to sa dožiť, ty kokos. Sa dožiť. Je pravda, že Banshee ma odrovnalo znova. Banshee ma odrovnalo znova a znova. Otvoril som Banshee, na ktoré som už nie že zabudol, ale dá sa povedať, že zabudol. Dá sa povedať, že som zabudol. Teraz som si to pripomenul naspäť. A už sa zase toho Banshee utrpeného zbaviť. Do toho slepa mačka, to je úplne geniálne. Povedia, že je šťastná. To je ilúzia, nikto nemôže byť šťastný na tom svete, koľko to. Ako slepý, takisto. Ti nepridá. Keď nevidíš, ti nepridá. Katastrofa. Ja sa to už nesnažím stabilizovať. V momente, ako to stabilizujem, ako prestanem masívne trpieť, tak niekto zomre. Niekto z rodiny zomre. Ja sa aj tak vrátim naspäť do masívneho utrpenia, takže je to, čo to je. Je to, čo to je. Treba trpieť, nevidím iné riešenie. Nevidím iné riešenie ako trpieť. Máš dve možnosti, buď budeš trpieť, alebo budeš brať ťažké drogy, ktoré ti utlmia mozog. Alebo si úplne utlmíš mozog, aby si nemohla rozmýšľať na tú depresiu, na tú biedu, na tým utrpením. Na tým, aké je to celé zbytočné, útrapné, zlé. Dve možnosti vidím, iba dve možnosti. Trpieť, alebo si totálne utlmiť mozog. A ja by som si možno aj ten mozog utlmil, a nemám na to tú dávku tovaru. Nemám na to várku tovaru. By som si utlmil mozog. Máme na to várku tovaru. Tým pádom je iba jedna možnosť pre mňa, trpieť ako hniloba. Ako utrpenie má aj výhodu, výhoda je tá, že keď trpíš, tak aj keď sa to zosere, ako nemôžeš nejako, že extrémne, že trpieť viacej, ne. Proste utrpenie sa dostane do istého levelu, kde už dosiahlo ten limit, že už aj keď budeš trpieť viacej, už to nebude taký veľký skok, taký masívny skok. Masívny skok je, keď si spokojný a potom sa to všetko zoser a začneš trpieť. To je masívny skok. Samozrejme, že vždy budeš trpieť pravdepodobne viacej a viacej, alebo odlišnými sférami, ale hovorím, že najväčší problém je, keď netrpíš a začneš trpieť. To je najväčší problém. To je najväčší skok. To je najväčší leap. Lebo si spokojný, netrpíš, si stabilizovaný a potom ťa niečo úplne, potom to začne. A preto ja som v minulosti bojoval s tým utrpením a som to nejako neutralizovával, aby som netrpel až tak. Ale počasie som zistil, že to je ešte horšie. Lebo potom to stabilizujem, netrpím a potom to príde tá rána. A je to úplná katastrofa. Ako ja by som povedal, že je normálne lepšie 20 rokov trpieť ako 10 rokov byť spokojný a potom 10 rokov trpieť. Pretože to utrpenie, to príde potom, to 10-ročné bude masy. To nebudeš zvládať. Bol si 10 rokov spokojný a teraz to prišlo úplne do hovna. To nebudeš zvládať vôbec. To ťa úplne odpasekuje. A bude to horšie, keď trpíš 20 rokov nejako stabilné. Ako konštantné plus minus. To samozrejme brutálne. Z každého súdka je to brutálne, z každého súdka. Jak se bojuje ten komik. Takže... A možno to chyba. Ja to nesnažím stabilizovať, ale... Ja nevidím zmysel netrpieť. Nevidím v tom zmysel. Zmysel by to málo, keby som si bol istý, že keď to stabilizujem, tak 10 rokov nebudem trpieť. Alebo respektíve, že nebudem trpieť už nikdy, to bude vždy stabilizované, ale že nebude. Nebude.
Wow, you look quite the professional. I'm sure I've got some contracts worth your time.
Čo hovno. Banshee to znova. Banshee ma znova odrovnal. Klasika. A to nie je len Banshee. Sauna ma devastuje, seriály nie sú žiadne. Trón je úplne sáčka už. Trón ma prestal zaujímať. Ale Sugar je 0,0 čas Sugar určite áno. Tam neviem ani kde sme skončili. Že sme skončili. Na 5. časti už určite 6. Určite už je 6. časť. A to som zabudol. Ale Sugar nie je až taká bomba, tak ešte nie, kedy bude? Piatok, ja. Takže nakoniec som to nezabudol. Takže piatok až zajtra. Takže nakoniec som to nezabudol. Piatok. Môžeme ísť na ženy, dáme si ešte jeden tento. Teoreticky môžeme robiť ženy, no. Je to zdrvujúce, je to zdrvujúce. Tá mačka prišla o oči. To podľa mňa nevidela. S tými očami, aj tak. Ťažko povedať. Vôbec som nechce sať sa s vami. Fuck off. To nevyzerá dobre. Ja som to pozeral. To je ťažké. Dva sa nechali vylízať. Tu zomreli dva, je šok. Čo je to za kokotov? Tak to som ešte nezažil. To všetko začiatočnícky kokoti, čo? To je chore. Chorí ľudia toto. To je banda bastardov chorých. Zdochnuté ovčiky Áňa. Musím odísť. Zoma. To sú strašne zdochnuté ovčiky, Áne. So 26 000 života. 29. Strašne zdochnuté ovčiky, Áne. Holy shit. Títo ľudia sú extrémne zdochnuté ovčiky, Áne. To sú slaví pičicovia ako drát. Ako drát. Ako drát. Poďme ďalšia runda, pičicovia, ďalšia runda. Čo ja tí kokoti chóri? Zbruzgavci. Imbredi podrbaní. Nič nerobia. Rozhodne sa budú avkovať synergiu. Je to vybruzgané chore ovčiky Áne. Taký sú sprostí, aké má narezané v hlave ovčiky Áne. Chorí neandertálci vybruzganí. Vozen, tento Jemancher slabý. Jemancher, pozri na Jemanchera slabého. Jemancher. Slabý Jemancher. Slabý Jemancher. dal random elite, ten kokot. To je chorý Emancher. Bind šanca, hit šanca. Chorý Emancher. Musím odísť. Chorý Emancher. Chorý Emancher. Chorý Emancher Kalzor. Amatér začiatočník a pičus. Normálne tí ľudia sú tak zlé. Tí ľudia sú tak zle postavení. On používa 4 bruclery, ten kokot. Tak to je úplný koniec. To je to, o čom hovorím. Tí ľudia sú tak zle postavení ako hovno. Tu nemá skill damage boost. Tu nemá skill damage boost, chorý Emancher. Oh my god. To je chorý Emancher. Henčo má tu weekend šancu. To je chorý Emancher. Hen v Bruči má healing. Má healing v Bruči. Má healing v Bruči. Oh, má chorý Emancher. Chorý Emancher. Vyhoď toho pičusa. Chorý Emancher, 6 minutes. Chorý Emancher. Zase neandertálci. Ale ono je to neuveriteľné. Aký je hento chorý Emancher. Aký je to chorý Emancher. Ako to bola nová banda bastardi chorých jemancherov. Banda bastardi chorých jemancherov. To som nevidel. Ale banda bastardi chorých jemancherov. Banda bastardi chorých jemancherov. To som nevedel. Normálne má healing brúči. Namiesto heavy attack šance, heavy attack damageu alebo crit damageu, ten chorý jemancher má healing. Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck. Ten chorý jemancher mal healing. A potom si niečo zaškrkošil, zachoril jemancherčil. Bolo vybavené. Chorý jemancher. Chorý jemancher nepochopil, že penalizácia, tak sa vyparil chorý jemancher. Je tu viacej chorých jemancherov, ale tak sa to hýbe v branži. Tak sa to hýbe v branži. Giant pumpkins, what? Ako strašne chorý jemancher. Tak chorý jemancher to celé zostal tým, že dal random. To je chorý jemancher. Nikdy by nepovedal, že tak dlho budeme robiť. Tento chorý jemancher, to je tiež analfabet, čo? Je to ďalší chorý jemancher. To je ďalší kokot, ktorý tu má healing. Oh my fucking god. Používa Starlight Furcloak. Oh my fucking god. A používa Vanquisha. Oh my god, what a bitch. A Imperial Seekera. Ale to je začiatočnícke hovno. On nie je začiatočník, on je len hovno. To je len hovno. Nemá žiadny core. Žiadny, to je hovno. No, ako dostal som strašné hovna, no. Chorých jemacherov, všetci, radom. Toto bola banda sráčov. Banda extrémne chorých, zaostalých sráčov. Tak to je logické, keď nevieme dať tohto ľahkého bossa, kto je easy peasy. Tak je to len preto, lebo je to banda zaostalých chorých sráčov. Lebo keď ho začnem... To je ten kľúč, aby sa to neposel. Treba ho začať. Keď ho začnem, tak mi to nedá od začiatku ten dungeon. To je ten kľúč, treba ho začať. Keď nájde sa skupina pičusov, treba ho začať, lebo ak ho nezačnem, tak ho dá od začiatku. A keď ho začnem, tak nie. To je ten kľúč na týchto chorých jemacherov. Keď nechcem ísť od začiatku, čo nechcem, nechcem sa mi srať s tými minionmi, keď nemusím. Dobre, chorí jemachery. Sme urobili nejakú schizofréniu. Máme 12 000. 12 000 zužitkujeme na ženách. Ale niektorí títo ľudia sú strašne chorí jemachery. A nespraví s ním nič, to je ich nátura byť chorcom. Byť impredom. Psychicky narušeným tvorom. Jedným slovom byť chorým jemacherom. Treba to začať, no. Lebo ak to nezačnem... A hlavne je to dôležité na tých veľkých. Ako nie je to nejako extra dôležité, ale vždy je fajn, keď nemusím od začiatku znova ísť tých minionov zbytočne, keď nemusím. Stačí hitnúť toho bossa, potom akceptovať dungeon. Hitnúť bossa, akceptovať dungeon. Funguje to. Poviem, keď nechceš... Zbytočne od začiatku s chorými jemachermi začínať. Čo samozrejme, že nechceš od začiatku začínať s chorými jemachermi. Nechceš začínať s chorými jemachermi. Ako môžem ešte nazbierať týchto 5 kľúčov spraviť. To mi dá cez 15 000 vysoko, no. Hlavne ak nájdem portál. No je to ideálne, tak sa to iba v branži. Myslím, že máme Nix hotový na... Môžeme tam ísť. Vyúdiť jedného chorého Jemanchera. A ono je to vždy masívne šokujúce. Akí sú ľudia skúrené zaostali analfabeti. Ono je to vždy šokujúce. Akí sú to analfabeti. Takže tu už chýba... No ešte 2 kontakty potom, to mám 3 pokusy na to, aby som dal 61 brnenie. A horí ti po belde. Či ho dáme, mi to úplne jedno, na hity teda už končí. Skončili sme s touto filozoficky vyhnisenou sračkou, ktorá sa volá Nahnisaný trón. Chorý Jemancher. Normálne uteká pred chorými, normálne ušiel pred chorými. Holy fuck, normálne ušiel. Posilný a za ušami. Toto je nejaký totálny analfabet, že? Nejaký slabý analfabet, ktorý to nemá čo robiť, že? No jasné, 45-45 chorý Jemancher. Oh my fucking god. Chorý Jemancher. Čo robí v tejto zóne ten chuj? Je taký slabý ako orechový závin. Chorý Jemancher. Strašne chorí ľudia. Dožili sme sa extrémne chorých časov. Ako človek by nepovedal, čo sme sa dožili, ale dožili sme sa toho, je to tu. Dožili sme sa strašne chorých Jemancherov, ale strašné. Úplných všívákov, úplných všívákov. Všívákov. Čistokrvných všívákov z masívneho súdka. Čistokrvných všívákov. Je to strašné, čo sme sa dožili. Všíváctva. Všíváctvo mentálne zaostalosti, psychické odrovnanosti. Utrpenia, biedy, degenerácie, psychické zaostalosti. A samozrejme chorých Jemanderov.
My favorite customer! Leave your stuff, don't burn yourself!
A samozrejme chorých Jemanderov. Dobre, takže my za chvíľu poďme na tie ženy.
Aye, clean up before you go. This is my favorite customer.
Extrémne chorých Jemanderov. To aj nechceš, tyle, to aj nechceš. Takže jedna polhodinka na ženách a na to potom ženy nájsť. Zatiaľ, keď budeme hľadať ženy, vynuleme tých 5 globov. Melee evasion, mana cost efficiency. Melee evasion. Chorý Hemanderov. Dozvieli sme sa extrémnych časov. Extrémne chorého skurvisinstva. Ale tak to už bude také filozofické utrpenie. S tým utrpením sa už nebude dať nejako nič robiť. Chorí Emandery. Nič, ale končíme s náhnitým trónom. Od zajtra už končí náhnitý trón. Príde Path of Exile, ten budeme otáčať a keď skončíme s Path of Exilom, tak sa definitívne ponoríme do Rancherov. Definitívne. Pravda je taká, že mu úplne vrytí náhnitý trón. Neviem prečo, ale to je trón, lebo je to sačka, To není ani teplom, ani tým, že trpím, ani tým, že niečo robiť. To nie je teplom, to nie je tým, že trpím, to nie je tým, že sa zle cítim. Zistil som, že trón je strašná sračka. Zistil som, že v tróne je legálne podvádzať. Zistil som, že Kordy je slabá sračka. Kordy je silný iba vtedy, keď legálne podvádzaš. To znamená, keď cheatuješ, tak je Kordy silný, ale všetko je silné, keď cheatuješ. Takže to som zistil, že v tróne je legálne podvádzať, že ľudia podvádzajú. Ja to si myslel, že v tróne môže byť silný aj bez podvádzania. Nie, nemôžeš, musíš podvádzať. Musíš podvádzať, aby si bol silný v tróne. A raidbot zbrane ani nie sú nejaké že silné, že extra silné. To, čo je v tróne silné, je legálne podvádzanie. A to bude vždy v tróne, vždy budeš môcť legálne podvádzať. A to je to, čo úplne filtruje trón a posiela trón do ryti. Toto nemilosrdné legálne podvádzanie. To je to, čo zabilo trón. Ani update nezabil trón, ani update. Legálne podvádzanie. Ako to ma nebaví. Ako to ma nebaví. Mňa nebaví proste systém, kde je dovolené podvádzať. kde máš dovolené podvádzať. To je o ničom. To je proti môjmu gustu, aby som niečo také toleroval. A to je to, čo definitívne odrovnalo trón. To, že v tróne máš dovolené podvádzať a že o tom viem. V momente, ako som dozvedel, že v tróne je legálne podvádzanie, tak skončili sme. To je vysoko proti môjmu gustu. Ako dovolené podvádzať, chodte do ryti, vyhni sa. Ako nemusel zobrať teoreticky tieto oné. Mohol som ich zobrať ich povedzme v stredu po polnoci. Ich zobrať. A tak som to aj mal spraviť, mal som ich zobrať v stredu po polnoci. Ale už je to jedno. A nakoniec som neotvoril žiadny portál, otvorí sa maximálne jeden. Takže nedalo to až tak veľa jemanderov. To, čo definitívne odstavilo trón, je, že tu je legálne podvádzať. Že tu môžeš podvádzať, že Cordy je... Tie raid boss aj Cordy je slabý, aj Tevent je slabý. Aj Tevent Vonda je slabá. Tieto zbrane sú silné len vtedy, ak používaš nejaké nebalancované mechaniky, nejaký podvod. Nejaký cheat. Keď používaš cheat. Lebo bez cheatu Cordy nedáva damage, hej? Cordy nedáva absolútne žiadny damage bez cheatovania. Ja som to otestoval, hej, ja necheatujem, nepoužívam žiadne pokazané mechaniky, hej. Používam legálne mechaniky, respektíve len normálne mechaniky. A Cordy nedáva damage, hej. Strašne malý, ako som povedal, 8000, 15000 za sekundu, hej. Priemerný Cordyho damage je 15000 za sekundu, hej. Takže úplne hovno. A oni tvrdia, že s tým dávajú 70000 za sekundu a viacej, hej. Takže vieme, že potom musia používať nejaké pokazané, nejaké cheaty. Podvádzajú, jednoducho podvádzajú, ne? Je to podvod. Lebo ja som Cordy otestoval, to znamená naspäť k tematike. Ani Cordy, ani Tevent Vonda nedávajú damage. Nejaký veľký, dávajú malý damage. Veľký damage dávajú len pre tých, ktorí podvádzajú. Ktorí použijú podvodné mechaniky, aby napančovali tú sračku. No. Poďme si dať jedného polera na ženách. Dá sa povedať, že sme vynulovaní, ale aj keby sme neboli, mám to uriti. Tako jediné, čo tento Da Vinciho kód, ešte mesiac sa udrží trón ako tak na úzde, ešte mesiac. Ale ja som veľmi zvedavý, keď nebudem mať žiadne Da Vinciho kódy, že ako budem trón otáčať, či budem byť dungeon, lebo to nemá to zmysel. Celý trón nemá zmysel. Ja sa čudujem stále, že ho stále ešte teraz otáčam. Ale tak zatiaľ ho otáčam. Uvidíme dokedy. Poviem, tu sú aj chorí jemandery, iní sráči. Strašne veľa chorých jemanderov máš. Chcel by to nejaký podmaz, nie? Pri ženách by som mali nejaké podmazy otáčať. A keď sa čudujem sám sebe, že trón stále točím, že si radšej nepustím manažéra. Ako je pravda, že som zdecimovaný, je pravda, že mi je zle, som chorý a že som morálne na dne. Ale tak sa čudujem. Nie sú to žiadne podmazy.
Oh,
Howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. You might notice here that we've got a substantial spreadsheet of different ways that you can make currency at the start of patch 3.29. That is what I want to go through in this video. I think one of the things a lot of people take in as their mindset when they're going into a new league is, I want to play XYZ build. And that's cool. What Atlas are you playing with it? Instead, I want to encourage you to think of a synergistic pairing. Atlas plus build equals currency. You don't have one build that you're playing and then you just do whatever for the Atlas, maybe copy the same as someone else that's playing a very different build. Instead, you want to pick an area of content where the build that you're intending to play is uniquely effective at. Or alternately, if you've decided on an area of content you're interested in playing, maybe that comes first and then your choice of build is something that you pair to that. You will find that you'll be much more successful at league start if you harmonize a build and an area of content that work well together. For example, I am planning on going Penance Brand Knight Elementalist. That's my plans for this league, and that is something that does Breach very well. So I'm going to be starting out with a bit of a focus on Breach. One of the things that the Path of Exile community tends to do is overreact to nerfs a bit, and that means a lot of people will be dropping Breach, and at the same time, while a lot of people are dropping Breach, they're still going to want the Breach exclusive unique items, such as that Balborn Amira's ring that I think a lot of people have on their wish list for Winterlord builds. So this is my plan. This is what I'm going to be doing, and you can see that I haven't just picked a build, I haven't just picked an area of content, I picked two that I think work reasonably well together. In this guide, I want to go through a whole bunch of different things that you can do in order to generate currency. I think it was 59 last time I checked, and I want to look at what sorts of aspects of characters are pressured by them. And then once you're aware of that, then that means that you can then choose a build that is good at those particular things. For example, most things involving doing legions inside maps, it's not so important to do 20 million DPS to one target, but it is very important to be able to do 1 million DPS to 20 targets. So bow builds, for instance, are quite good there. A couple other quick pointers I wanted to make. If you've got no idea what build you're interested in using at all, then you could check out Tuard's build, where he took 14 builds up to the Searing Exarch and the Eater of Worlds. So just early into endgame, just getting a real foothold into the real endgame, but 14 different builds is a lot, and Tuard's got a big review that I'll put a link to down in the description below. Definitely worth checking that video out. Another thing of note is that there is a good resource online, and this comes from VT Sachs, Reddit user, as to which scarabs were particularly rare in patch 3.28. For example, did you know that the two rarest scarabs in the game are Horn Scarab of Preservation, you probably guessed that one, but also Horn Scarab of Tradition, which was never particularly valuable. At the same time, the much more popular Breach Scarab of Resonant Cascade, whilst it's rare, it's nothing compared to that in rarity. So the information that we've got here on screen is what came out from vendering 100,000 scarabs, because it was a 3-for-1 vendor recipe on scarabs. And you'll notice here that scarabs fall into 5 different rarity categories. One of them is the ones that got single figures of at most. That is the extreme scarabs, the mythic scarabs. These are the ones that VP Sachs got approximately 20 of. The rare scarabs, approximately 200. The uncommon scarabs, approximately 400. And the common scarabs, approximately 600. And there's like a couple that you're maybe not sure which two groups they're in, but most of them are pretty clear from this. So I want to warn you, if you're going to be using a lot of mythic scarabs or a massive amount of rare scarabs, so that you can plan for that. And none of these strategies use any of the known extreme rarity scarabs. The other thing that may have you questioning what I'm on about is this Astrolabe column. And with Astrolabes, people probably know this, areas that are affected by an Astrolabe cannot drop Astrolabes. So what this means is that if you're spending Astrolabes, you are not generating any of them. But if you are not spending Astrolabes and you're running high tier maps, then you've got a chance of getting Astrolabes. You become a generator of Astrolabes. There's also a couple of ways that you can become an extreme generator of Astrolabes, and that's by doing the pinnacle bosses that always drop them. And there's only 3 of those pinnacle bosses. The Incarnation of Fear, the Incarnation of Neglect, the Incarnation of Dread. All 3 of those always drop an Astrolabe except the first time you fight them, and that's something that you can do. They also have Boomer versions, and they also have that going for them as well. So that's what we're talking about here with the Astrolabe section. Anyways, I want to start by looking at the Legion mechanic. And as I see it, there are really 3 ways that you can engage with the Legion mechanic in 3.29. Now, Legion is getting a huge change, and there may be things that aren't known yet that might also change this further. But in terms of things we can count on, you can go into in-map Legion events and you can try to kill every single monster there. With this, you're going to need to kill the generals because the generals have had some loot moved to them. So in this strategy, you might be using the Legion Scarab of Timeless Conflict. You'll also be using the more common Legion Scarabs. The only rare Scarab you're going to be using here is that Mythic Scarab, the Legion Scarab of Timeless Conflict. The rest of them are all rare or lower. You're going to be spending a medium amount of time in each map, and here, this is going to pair exceptionally well with fast events such as altars or things like heist, things that you can just get done fast. The one open question that we've got here, the enshrouding crystals and the emblems, we don't know what their drop rates are going to be like. So that's something that you'll need to keep in mind. I do think that in Trade League, there'll be a bit of a fluctuation here where the rarer they are, the more the price will go up, and they'll roughly balance out. The big thing that's pressured by this style of Legion play is damage projection. And for that reason, I think a bow is a pretty good way to play this. You don't have to play it as a bow build. There's plenty of other choices you can make, but it is something that is really solid. The second option is actually an easier version of this. So here, forget about using an Astrolabe, absolutely forget about it. Absolutely forget about using the Legion Scarab of Timeless Conflict. You're only going to be using cheaper Scarabs on this approach, and you're focusing on the loot tiles. So this is the little icons over monsters' heads, mostly on the sergeants and generals, and you just go into the Legion, you initiate the encounter, and you wipe out all the monsters that have got those loot tile effects, and you go and skip their loot. This can be an extremely fast way of running Legion, but I want to put out a little bit of a warning here. This has been a good way to play Legion in the past. It may be meaningfully worse in 329. First reason for this, incubators are gone. So if it's day one, 6 link incubators, no, they're just not there anymore. And they were a significant part of the loot for day one Legion. The other thing that's noticeable is that also some of the loot has been moved to the generals. So this is an option, but it's not one that I'm going to guarantee works all that well. Everything's up in the air here. Build-wise, again, this is just pressuring damage projection, and bows and Vaal Ice Nova would be two things I would consider here. The reason I call out Vaal Ice Nova specifically is that in the Legion League proper, this was the best way to farm Legion content, and Vaal Ice Nova is absolutely incredibly rare. Vaal Ice Nova has also had a significant buff in patch 329. Now you may have noticed I've been playing footage from the Domain of Timeless Conflict in Legion. This is another thing that you can potentially engage with here. Now, the Domain of Timeless Conflict is hard. This is the current game version of the unrelenting Domain of Timeless Conflict. It's not an exact one-to-one comparison, but that's what it's more a spiritual successor to. What this means is if you're specializing in this content, you're going to be using other players' enshrouding crystals, using other players' timeless emblems, and you're going to be trading for those from other players, then going into the domain and trying to get lucky on those enshrouding crystals. This is something that's taking place outside maps, so you're not engaging with any other mechanics. The big aspects of characters that are going to get pressured here, and there's a...
A novú vec som sa naučil, že Kalgur treba dovážať iba do Kalguru. Kalgur má že aj väčšiu šancu na Diviny. Kalgur má že aj najväčšiu šancu na Diviny. Takže dovážame iba do Kalguru veci. Ideme všetci iba Kalgur. Otestujeme to, že či Kalgur bude dávať Diviny a budem dávať veľké štosy. Vysokohodnotné veci do Kalguru budem posielať. To znamená, tá value bude okolo 500 000 minimálne. Okolo minimálne 500 000 a viacej. Budeme posielať extrémne veľa rúd do Kalguru. Budem posielať plný štosík. Budem posielať síce málo lodí, ale skúsime z toho vyťažiť z tých málo lodí Diviny na čo najväčšie percento. Áno. Uvidíme, čo sa mi podarí zohnať zase Honorholmu, ktorá dá plus 2 minion gemmy. Ale s tým nemôžeme počítať, že sa mi to podarí. Ale nie je to až také dôležité, lebo mapy bude mať tak robiť iba 11, 12. A na 11, 12 ti stačia zombie level 25. 25 levelové zombie to pekne vykryštalizujú. A to by malo byť. Takže Kalgur, áno? Kalgur.
A lot. Firstly, you're going to want to have some sort of crowd control for lethal trash mobs. And here I think the best way is freeze proliferation, but if you can get powerful enough that you can just kill monsters with one hit, that's even better. The most powerful debuff that you can apply to a monster is dead, the second most powerful is freeze. You're also going to need to have a character that is tanky against unusual types of damage. So you need to be able to deal with high chaos damage hits, but you also need to be able to deal with extreme amounts of elemental penetration. Now, the best way, I believe, to deal with high amounts of elemental penetration is through a character that is using Divine Flesh as a keystone. Divine Flesh will cause 50% of the damage that is taken by you that's elemental to instead be applied as chaos damage. You can also stack this with the unique chest Incandescent Heart, which will give you 25% more of the same stat. At this point, if you've got 75% fire res and an enemy hits you for 10,000 fire damage that has 50% fire penetration on it. So this is a massive, massive hit. What's going to happen, if you didn't have all of this conversion to chaos, you would take 7,500 real damage because your effective fire resistance against that damage is going to be 25%. 75% minus 50%. But when it's chaos damage, even assuming that you've only got 80% chaos res, which is what you're likely to have with Divine Flesh, then in that case, 75% of the damage attacks your chaos resistance. That's going to do 1,500 damage to you. The remaining 25% is then going to attack your fire resistance, and it's going to deal 1,875 damage to you. All in all, it's a hard hit, but it's one that you can survive. So, Divine Flesh and Incandescent Heart provides a unique defensive setup alongside capped or overcapped chaos resistance that will help you handle the unique challenges that are posed by the domain of timeless conflict. This may not be something you can get set up on day one. You're going to need a specific timer skill in order to get Divine Flesh. You're going to need to then build some extra maximum chaos resistance in your character, which is not the hardest thing in the world, but not free either. And you're also going to need to get Incandescent Heart and lots of damage. Because just because these monsters can't one-shot you, doesn't mean that they can't kill you if they get multiple attacks off. So yeah, some tough stuff there, but let's move on from Legion and let's move on to Heist. Heist is an interesting one. I'm actually going to suggest 4 possible strategies here, but I do want to warn you that these are going to be ones that get old quickly. Or at least one of them is good all week, but the rest of them may not be so good all week. So the first option that you've got is to do in-map heist events. So this is a mapping strategy. Here you're an astrolabe generator, you're going to be going into maps, you're going to be rushing to all of the heist smuggle caches, you're going to be collecting those juicy blueprints to then either run yourself later or to sell to other players, and you're also going to kill a map boss and potentially generate yourself astrolabes. At the same time, you could also be picking any of the really good juicy altars that might appear, and you can do other fast events inside the maps. Maybe you've got the DPS to do this alongside beast farming, for example, or you can do some sort of map boss targeting, which may or may not involve destructive play. That said, I would suggest usually for heist, you probably want to do one map over and over again, which then ends up ruling out destructive play in most circumstances. Now here, you want to be doing your maps fast. You don't want to be spending much time in them, so you don't want to pair this with something like Ultimatum that is then going to cause the map to be extremely slow. In fact, just a general rule of thumb, you never want to have more than one mechanic that takes a lot of time in any given map. The aspects of your character that are pressured here are just move speed. There's nothing really more to it than that. You want to be fast. That's all you need to be. And for that reason, I think that a lot of Pathfinder builds are really good here, but the specific Pathfinder build you choose is up to you. Toxic Rain is a popular one, but you don't need to go with what's popular, you just need to go with something that's fast. The next heist strategy is very much a day one strategy only, and this is the side chest farm. So inside contracts, as well as the contract goal that you've got, you can also just go in and grab the side chest and leave. Now, there are 3 specific chests that are worth targeting with this, and they're not the ones that are valuable later in the league. The first of these is level 75 plus counter thaumaturgy chests. Why 75 plus and why Carnal Thaumaturgy? Carnal Thaumaturgy has gem chests. 75 plus, in my experience, the gem chest rewards are much better. What happens there, and I think 75 is the right breakpoint, but if you don't get good results from it, then maybe just try a couple of levels higher, a couple of levels lower. But what you'll see is that when you open a gem chest and you get unlucky, you will get the game disgorging a whole bunch of gems on you. Most of these will have medium quality, some of them will have high quality, and some will have 20 quality. That seems to be the breakpoint though at 75, where you start seeing more 20 qualities, more high qualities like 18 and 19, and fewer that are medium quality, 13, 14, 15, 16. The thing is that early league, people are looking for gems that have got quality on them, and these end up being something you can sell, especially through asynchronous trade. But on top of this, that's what you get when you're unlucky. When you're lucky, you're also going to get a stack of GCPs, and those really can add up. So here, the resources you're going to be consuming for this version of the farm are heist contracts and markers, and the heist contracts you're consuming will be countdown to 31. However, you can also do level 68 agility or level 68 engineering. And here, all I say by 68 is 68 plus. These will have essence chests in them. Now with the essence chests, there is a small bonus that you actually get to loot a bunch of essences. They're not important. The thing you're there for is the essence scarabs. Essence scarabs have a very high drop rate. If you're running 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, then the only essence scarabs allowed to drop are the classic essence scarabs. If you jump to 73 and higher, so let's start with 73 to 77 first, half of your essence scarabs will change. And they will change to one of the middle tier essence scarabs. Of these, 2/3 of them will be the least desirable of the essence scarabs. The 1/3 will be the essence scarab of ascent. And it turns out that this is basically about the same. Doing them in yellow tier maps is about the same as doing them in white tier maps. Because for every 3 essence scarabs that you lose to this change, you get 1 essence scarab of ascent, and they usually work about 3 times as much as a base scarab. But at the same time, you'll also end up with 2 of the stability scarabs, and they tend to be pretty hard to sell if you can sell them at all. Things get better again once you get to level 78 plus. If you can do 78 plus, what you'll find there is that you'll also very rarely get an essence scarab of calcification or an essence scarab of adaptation. These are not super common, but they are a nice little bonus when you get them, especially if it happens to be calcification. So, this is the high side chest farm. There are people who will do other variants of this, but this is the one that I think is best on day one. Later on, I don't think these side chests are really worth targeting right now. That's based on what we know going into the league. Of course, things may change. Here, what's going to be pressured is your movement speed. So you can take a copy of this. But this is all about move speed, and you just want to be a Pathfinder for this. I think that's the best option, but don't feel that you can't run this on a different type of character. All of this is very much predicated on Grinding Gear Games not making any stealth changes to the drop rates here, because it is the case that the essence scarabs, they do drop a lot of these. If you do find that they're not so great, then at that point you might want to shift into the next option, which is running blueprints. Now, with blueprints, there's a couple of types of target loot you're looking for. Later in the league, it's replica of unique items that are good, and also premium base types. When I say premium base types, if you're unlucky, this is like a pneumatic dagger or an oscillating scepter. These are genuinely good items, people will want them, but they're common enough that they're not generally worth a lot. If you are moderately lucky, you get something like a helical ring. And if you're staggeringly lucky, then you'll get a simplex amulet or a focus amulet, both of which are phenomenal. If you're playing a blueprint strategy, then you're going to be trading for blueprints and deception contracts from other players. You can use other contracts, but they are far inferior to deception contracts. And then you'll be running those contracts back to back fast, completing them. And then after that, you'll be unveiling wings, but not additional side rooms of your blueprints. Again, you're not really using any rare resources here, and you're not in maps, so it doesn't really pair very well with anything, except to say that the day one side chest farm is a good way to sort of build yourself up doing blueprints later. In blueprints, because the loot can be a bit more valuable and a bit more important, tankiness matters a bit more, and also in blueprints, because you're able to bring 3 of the heist rogues with you, it is more important to gear them up. That's not so important in the earlier farms, but this one it is. After this, we've got something completely experimental. And this is, you could potentially try to farm chromatic orbs in heist. I do not know if this is going to be good, so go into this with an open mind. We're going to try this, then potentially walk away from it if it's no good. Chromatic Orbs might be expensive next league. We don't know the details of exactly how rare they're going to be. So in the off chance they are really expensive, there is a new Trinket mod that will upgrade Fusing Orbs or Jeweler's Orbs into Chromatic Orbs. You're going to need one of those. Then you're going to go in and do the same side chest farm, but this time you're going to be looking for armor and weapon chests. These drop large amounts of socket modifying currency normally, and there will be a chance for that to upgrade into Chromatic Orbs. We're just going to work out whether this is worth it or not. For now, I don't recommend this, but I do recommend that you have it on your radar. If it turns out the chromatics are really expensive at some point, maybe it's something to jump to. After this, we're going to jump to the mechanic that was patched 3.3.
Možda bi se više na te high stick, to je.
Incursion, this is all about generating temples that have double corruption.
Možda bi se mobil high stick.
This is going to be much better this league.
High stick je zanimljiva
Patch
sačka.
this league have a whole bunch of changes that entail Vaal impulses getting tough, and at the same time, the mechanic that they compete with the most, which is synthesis loot, that is getting completely and utterly.
High stick hard.
So, this is going to be something where you're going to want to spec Alva on the tree. When you're able to do so, you will want to use the Mythic Scarab, Incursion Scarab of Timelines, but it's not critical. That's something that makes the strategy faster, but it's also something you can do the strategy without. And you want to just not spend too much time on other things inside the map. Now, this is going to work well with any strategy that rewards exploring the whole map. A good example
Možda bi se
here is
više na
Ice.
high stick, možda je
Ice
to.
puts a bunch of points of interest onto the map, and you're going to want to explore the whole map as well
High
as
stick,
doing
high
those
stick su velika
fast
zabava.
events. Altars can be good here, or alternately, you could go destructive play if you're quite familiar with a bunch of different maps. Additionally, you're going to be killing map bosses, so you're going to be a small generator of astrolabes as well. Here, you want to balance
Vem
movement
možnost
speed and
high
damage protection. You don't really
Albo
need
delve.
heavy damage for Incursion Temple generation. You also don't need to be heavily tanky. For that reason, I feel like the Berserker Slam builds are very, very good in this setup. Berserker Slam builds, they can hit pretty much the whole screen at once, which is great. And because the monsters inside Incursions can be pretty soft, that will wipe them all out. And on top of that, Berserkers will move really fast.
Ale high stick
So
má dobrú
that's something I would
synergiu.
suggest as a good option there.
Skalguel.
Bestiary is the next one, while we're still focusing on some of these mechanics that are tied to League and DCs. Here, your goal is hacking base. And this time, this is all up in the air, because we have no idea whether the new talismans are going to end up being popular at endgame or not. Now, I think there'll be definitely something people will use for a while, but they are competing with a lot of other mechanics. So they're competing with Rog. Rog generates very early game amulets that can be quite good. They're competing with some excellent unique amulets. But most of all, they're competing with a Blight Anointed Heist Rare Amulet. And those Heist Rare Amulets are really, really strong. So, Bestiary talismans are a bit hit and miss. We'll see where they come up. At the same time, though, there's a bunch of other things that come out of this. Scarabs-wise, you're going to want to use Einhar's better Scarabs. The one that duplicates beasts and the one that adds 5 red beasts. And whilst these Scarabs are only uncommon, you can use a lot of them. So for that reason, you might find that you are putting up buy orders for these Scarabs quite aggressively. Here, you want to be pairing this with things that involve exploring the map and doing fast other events. I do think this is nerfed overall. A lot of things that have been really good in the past in Bestiary just aren't so important anymore. Things that this is going to pressure your character for, you want soft bossing. And what I mean by soft bossing here, you don't need to be someone that can kill the heaviest bosses in the game. But you do want to be able to just take down a boss that has a moderate number of hit points without spending too long doing it. And that's going to be really useful for you. Additionally, you want move speed again. One thing I will say, every single time that I say that the aspects of your character pressure include move speed, you probably want to consider helping Clayton in your campaign. Now, if you need to get something else, maybe you can't do that, but helping Clayton can be really strong here because, yeah, sure, you might be 4 or 5% behind on DPS, but 8% move speed is better than 4% DPS if you're looking to carry out some sort of strategy that involves movement speed. Berserker Slam ends up working really well when it comes to beast farming. It's not the only option. After this, we're going to jump over to Delve. Delve has multiple different strategies, and here we've got the Shallow Fossil Hunt, the Deep Boss Hunt, and the Golem Jewel Hunt. So, the Shallow Fossil Hunt. Here, you don't go particularly deep in the mines. You hunt for dense fossils, and you hunt for other fossils that can then be harvested off into dense fossils by yourself or by someone else. And all you really need for this is a tiny number of delve scarabs, or even just running maps without them. You're not going to be consuming other players' resources, but you're also not really going to be generating astrolabes much either. And when you do run maps, they're just going to be fast runs. Delve is mostly an off-atlas thing, so this isn't going to pair well with anything. Movement speed and recovery are pressured the most if you're doing shallow fossil hunting. And what you're looking for here is you go out into the darkness and you hunt for fossils wherever they might be. And generally speaking, this seems to be best about depth 351. There is a breakpoint. I think it's 351, but it might be 301. At that point, you will start seeing stacks of multiple fossils, not just stacks of one, that are on the pathway in various spots. The further that you can go, it is still going to get better, but the further that you go, the more you're going to have to start compromising, sacrificing some of your movement speed in order to be tankier, or sacrificing some of your movement speed in order to be able to kill monsters a bit more effectively. And ultimately, the shallow fossil hunt isn't about doing that. The deep boss hunt, on the other hand, that is. The deep boss hunt is where you dig deep, at least depth 800, potentially much further, and you go looking for the bosses, all the Crystal King. You're looking for precursor emblems and the components to make them up. You're looking for rare fossils. You're looking for the helmet that all the Crystal King drops. You're looking for all fights that you can bring along someone that wants all bloodline, and they can come with you and they can fight all with you, and afterwards they can claim his bloodline. There's a whole bunch of things that you can do here. This, however, faces completely different demands on your character to what we were talking about with the shallow fossil hunt, and you need something completely different for it. Here, you need to be a tanky build that has very high damage output. And for this, I would generally recommend mana stackers as something to investigate. So this is basically builds that use the Ivory Tower. That's a good starting point as something you might consider, or builds that use Archmage support. Both of these are worth your while looking into. There's lots of them you'll find on Theory.ninja. The third delve option is hunting for the jewels that Golemancers sometimes want. Now these come up in the suburbs of the various bosses, from the underground cities, but not from the bosses themselves, but from the side chambers that are found in city nodes that don't have a boss in them. Now, I believe depth 600 to be optimal here, but this time I am genuinely not sure. This is not something I've done. As for builds here, you still want to be tanky, you want some damage output, but you don't need to be quite as extreme as the builds that are doing a deep boss hunt. And for that reason, I just recommend any well-regarded hardcore build. Any of those will be something that you can consider here. And next it is time to curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. The next mechanic you want to look at is betrayal, and here there are three main ways that you can go about this. Now the second one of these is strictly better than the third one in terms of the output that you'll get, but the second one requires quite a bit of setup for it, and that's why I recommend the third one as well. So, the first of these is simply farming Katarina herself. So this is going and taking on Katarina in her mastermind lair, and then trying to get yourself Veiled Exalted Orbs, trying to get some of her boss rolls. This is something that you can spam. It is very, very RNG. Most of the time, the market price balances out pretty well, so that the Syndicate Medallion is about 1/4 the value of the Veiled Exalt. The Veiled Exalts you get, they pay for your entry fees, and then all of the Katarina loot is just bonus. However, you can also get very unlucky with this. You do need a bit of a currency pool behind you. One thing that tends to help you though is that Veiled Exalts and Syndicate Medallions explode in price early in the league. So early on you'll be able to do this, and you might buy a few Syndicate Medallions, and you might have bought them at 1.7 divines, and then it turns out that by the time you actually get around to running them, they might be then 2.3, because these are something that really go up. And Veiled Exalt will follow that up. So that's the strategy there. It's basically just farming the same boss on repeat. After this, we have the two different ways of doing safe houses. The first one is the more optimized form. And this is the 2255 or 5522 strategy. This is something that you will need to search up an extensive guide for. I do not have one of these, but the things you want to target farm with this strategy. This strategy got giga buff in patch 3.28, and the reason for that is that if it fled, was granted a very, very significant divination card. This divination card, the Eye of Terror, is something that turns in a set of 8 for a Foulborn Mage Blood. Now, Foulborn Mage Blood is effectively equivalent to normal Mage Blood, and this is the more target farmable of the two Mage Blood divination cards. So this divination card is the primary reward. On top of this, there's also a number of other mechanics. I'm just going to mention that this exists, and if you are interested in doing it, then what I suggest that you do is you build a slammer build that has some degree of tankiness to them and has chaos resistance. So that could, for example, be a Juggernaut slams build is one thing that would work there. Or you could just make a Berserker, but just make sure that you do get that chaos resistance in there. The reason I named chaos resistance is twofold. The first one is that Tora does modest chaos damage herself and also tends to bring allies with her that do considerable chaos damage. And if the Fled deals considerable chaos damage by itself, but also brings along friends that do more chaos damage again. So Betrayal, definitely something that pressures your chaos resistance a bit. After this, we have the casual safe house approach. Here, you don't really take any optimized strategy. You don't follow that 5522 guide. Instead, you just do whatever feels right at the time. This will still work. It is less efficient than the last strategy. It will be far worse at getting It That Fled encounters to get It That Fled's divination card, but it will also be slightly worse, but not actually much worse, just slightly worse than the amount of syndicate medallions per hour that you would get from the other strategy. So this works. It's a few percent worse, but it also doesn't require investing a couple of hours in setting it up. And next we have something that is completely and utterly new. This is a divination card strategy that is very, very specific to Trade League. So near Atlas North, there is a new cluster that's been added whereby you can cause a Scrying Orb to drop. This largely replaces the way that the Nameless Seer used to interact with Scrying. The Nameless Seer still exists, he'll still give you a unique item, but he's no longer going to be in charge of setting up Scries on your Atlas. Instead, that's going to come down to Scrying Orbs. Scrying Orbs remember the map that they are dropped in, and you can use them, or another player can use them, to set up a Scry. So, one possible strategy is that you might farm Scrying Orbs in maps that no one wants to run, but maps that have very, very, very premium divination cards. This would be a strategy where you are doing a boss rush on a map, but it will be a boss rush on a map that drops Scrying Orbs and that has really, really good divination cards. So, here, what do you want to pair this with? Probably either Eater or Exarch Invite in Generation and Heist. This would feel like the right thing to do from my perspective. But this has a couple of open questions with it. The first one, is there a market for these Scrying Orbs, or do people just get their own really quickly because there's only 25 maps on average? The second question is, can you scry Nightmares or Guardian maps? I expect the answer to this to be no, you can't do that in the current state of the game, but it is definitely something that is worth checking out. Aspects of characters are pressured here because there's a boss rush strategy. You kind of want some soft bossing, and you also want movement speed. Again, I'm inclined to say that the premium builds to do this on would be a Berserker Slam build, but lots of other things, because the demands on your character are not very high, lots of other things are capable of doing this too. Right, so next we're going to be talking about a mechanic that has many different ways. To play around with it. This is Kelgurren Ore. I have 7 different strategies, and they're not all very different to each other, but there are 7 of them, and they are somewhat different to each other at least. The first one, though, is a real outlier. This is using Kelgurren Ores to add Bismuth to your map in order to act as a loot multiplier for everything else that you're doing on that map. Now, what you want to do here is run 8 mod maps with this, and you want to be doing this alongside slow events that have very heavy investment. You want an Astrolabe that fits the other slow events that you've got. As an example here, you might run this alongside a Breach Fortress strategy, or alongside an Ultimatum strategy, or alongside really anything else. But use an astrolabe that fits the other content that you're running, and spend a long time in each map. But when you do find that bismuth encounter, tap it immediately, because it is going to then empower both the difficulty and the loot of every single magic and rare monster that is still alive in the map. Here, all you're doing from the Kalguran perspective is you're just setting up your atlas to have bismuth on it, bias towards bismuth, quite a few Kalguran ores, and maybe you use one Kalguran scarab on average. That's going to be something that you'll have to experiment with. Here, though, you do need a pretty powerful character for this, because you are going to want to be doing this on tier 16 8 modded maps.
No jasno.
After this, though, we have a lot of
Jebo,
faster strategies.
chorý človek.
So, Kalguran ore, you can bias these in favor of Verizium. If you do this, then you can Svalin hunt. Svalin is an item that everyone always wants. This is a strategy where you are spending as little time in each map as possible. You are looking for two things. You are firstly looking for the map boss and you're slaying them, and you're potentially getting an astrolabe from them, or potentially getting credit towards a Searing Exarch or Eater of Worlds invite. But at the same time, you are also looking for a Verizium pile. If you find it, you can leave the map. And that's because there can only be one Verizium encounter in a map, and sometimes your Verizium encounter will RNG upgrade to a Starfall Crater. When you do find a Starfall Crater, go in there and slay the Black Knight. He is the boss. He is not very hard, and although this is something where you want some soft bossing ability, you don't want to do this on like the very, very, very slowest boss killers around. You don't need to be a super powerful character either. Now, the big open question here is whether people want to consume Svalin in enshrouding items. If that's the case, then this is going to be a spectacular strategy, because the richest players in the game, they're going to be buying every Svalin they can get their hands on, and it's kind of going to suck for those of you that want to just get a Svalin to use. But that's going to be what happens if Svalin is good at enshrouding. If it is not good at enshrouding, then the item will be cheaper, this strategy will be less effective, but at the same time, it will be good news for those of you that want a Svalin to just use it as it is. The build I'd recommend here is a balance of movement speed and soft bossing, and that is a Berserker Slam build. But you don't have to use that. You can use lots of other things, like you can use a Pathfinder instead. After this, there's a couple of ones that are shipment related. They are, however, different to each other. The first one is spamming shipments. Now, this is a medium investment strategy, and here you are going to be using a mythic scarab called Kalguran Scarab of Refinement. What this does is it upgrades all of the metal that will drop whenever you do anything that rewards Kalguran metal. It will upgrade that to already smelted bars. Now, this saves you two things. Firstly, it saves you a bunch of gold. But secondly, and more importantly, because this is a very rare scarab, this is also going to allow you to bypass all of the time gating that is associated with the Settler's mechanic. And this allows you to send very, very large shipments chasing mirror shards, and to do so quicker than you otherwise would be able to. So, this is a strategy that is very, very viable. However, the supply game-wide of Kalguran Scarabs of Refinement is not all that big, given that a small number of people doing this strategy, they can use like 20 of the same Mythic Scarab each per hour. So if you've got 10 people doing this, suddenly you're depleting the stockpiles by 200 every single hour. And yeah, sure, plenty of people are dropping this scarab, but it's not one of the most valuable scarabs in the game, so it's not something that every casual player gets a tink and they're like, oh, I better go and check what that's worth. Instead, they usually get something that's a step down from a tink, whatever a 30 or 40 chaos sound is on their loot filter, and then they're like, oh, that's cool, maybe when I've got 6 of them, I'll sell them. But if they're a casual player, they never get 6 because it's a mythic scarab. So that's something you want to keep in mind there. That is something that I think your best bet is builds with fantastic damage projection in order to do this effectively. Penance Brand Ignite, Righteous Fire Chieftain, these are a couple of examples, but there's plenty more. You can play a bow build, lots of things that can do these well. The next strategy is the same thing, except with one difference. You don't use the Mythic Scarab, the Kalguran Scarab of Refinement. Here, you are time gated. You can literally only do this strategy about 60 or 70 maps a week. Beyond that, you will end up just with a stockpile of ores that you just cannot smelt. So this is something that has a hard time gate on it. And if you want to bypass that time gate, you are absolutely required to upgrade to using the Kalguran Scarab of Refinement. Otherwise, though, the same rewards apply. When you send a 50 million shipment off, there's a reasonably good chance to get 1 or more mirror shards from it. In the past, we've had pretty good numbers on exactly the sort of numbers that you could expect. Nowadays, we don't have such good numbers, or at least there's none that I'm so sure about. But it does seem that it is definitely a more than 50% chance that if you send a pure metal, mixture of metal, but a purely metal set of shipments off, then, and that shipment is 50 million, then you will get at least one mirror shard back at least 50% of the time. Otherwise, you can use Kalguran ore just as generic juice. This is something that you can kind of do with a bunch of other mechanics as well, but Kalguran ore is really good with it. This is not taking it as far as you do with the bismuth juicing strategy. You're just going and, like, when you find one of the Crimson Iron encounters, you're blowing it up because there's just so many monsters that come out of it. When you encounter one of the Amber encounters, they don't drop all that much normal game loot, but there is some. You're just basically going and killing those monsters when they show up. This can be done in conjunction with altars plus anything really, and it's something that, again, high damage projection is what you want for. For Kalguran ore, there is also a tattoo hunt strategy. Now, the tattoo hunt strategy involves specking the node lost shipments on your atlas, and then just basically optimizing to get as many of these lost shipments as you can. This pairs very well with heist and other really fast things, rewards movement speed, and so Pathfinders are really good at it, but also things like Berserker Slam are pretty good too as well. And finally, there is hunting down quotas. This is something that may or may not work. It is very economy dependent. Those of you that play in solo self-found, though, you might be forced to do this for a little while if you want certain unique items. There are a small subset of unique items that can only be generated through the use of the settlers mechanics, specifically sending off a boat and having that boat return with that as your unique. Yinda's Stand is the one that is the highest profile of these, and if you're interested in doing this, then you're going to need to learn all of the mechanics of how Yinda's Stand drops, and also why you might want to actually turn in your Yinda's Stand potential shipments on an alt with a very, very carefully curated level range. I believe it's 56 to 64, but I could be wrong on that, so don't take my word for it. Go and check PoE Wiki's entry for Yinda's Stand if you're interested in doing that. This, however, is going to require a lot of gold because you're going to need to be running farmers as well. None of the other strategies involving Kalguran ore reward farmers in any particular way, but this one does. So keep that one in mind. Next, it's time to party like it is 3.17. Searing Exarch invite generation, Eater of Worlds invite generation. Here, the goal is to run maps fast. Get to the bosses, but you actually only need to get to the boss if it is the 28th map, and potentially the 14th one as well, depending on whether there's demand for the intermediate bosses in that given league. That will come down to the challenges. Now, broadly speaking, you will want to do this with the Searing Exarch. The reason for this is that people who are using the altars as generic juice for other strategies, they tend to favor the Eater of Worlds. As a result, there are more Eater of Worlds invites that are getting produced by players who are not running this strategy. And because of the nature of Forbidden Jewels, there's actually a balance to having an equilibrium here. You do actually want to have both Searing Exarch and Eater of Worlds Forbidden Jewels in roughly equal quantities. If there was a massive discrepancy one way or the other, then the Forbidden Jewels would cease to be loot on the side that there were lots of them because you couldn't pair them off. So, Searing Exarch tends to be better, but sometimes economies are weird, so definitely keep an eye on both options. Here, go into the map. Run around until you set off one of the Searing Exarch piles of monsters, and once you verify that those monsters have spawned, you can actually leave if you want. Or you can kill through the map quickly, and then you can go on to the next map. This really rewards movement speed. You've just got to be able to kill the map boss of the 28th map. If your character is really, really weak because you've optimized too much for movement speed, you can even do that in a scoured encounter. So that's the Exarch invitation and the Eater invite generation. The next option is something that is much more juice oriented, and that is Searing Exarch altars or Eater of Worlds altars, optimizing for these somewhat. This tends to go well with other strategies that involve some degree of juice, but what you will want to do for both of these strategies is using the Influenced Scarab of Hordes. This adds 40% to the size of the packs of your influence monsters, but that also increases the chances of getting additional altars to spawn. Most of the time, the Eater of Worlds is the more lucrative of these, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with picking the Searing Exarch because your build is better at it. Which of these is better depends on the defenses that you've got. If you want to focus on Searing Exarch altars, though, the absolute god tier suggestion here is the Righteous Fire Chieftain. The Righteous Fire Chieftain has a node that prevents monsters' resistances rising above -20 in certain circumstances. It actually overwrites them to -20.
shit.
Now, the Searing Exarch altars, there's a lot of them that will turbocharge a monster's resistances, not just into the 75 range, but actually massively overcapped. Like they can be 180%, 200%. So they're massively overcapped. At that point, having Ramako Sun's Light is absolutely god tier. But on top of that, the Righteous Fire Chieftain is very good defensively at just mitigating fire damage and at having a tremendous amount of overcapped fire resistance. If you are doing this though, I recommend that you put more investment into chaos resistance than normal. You don't just want to have 75% chaos resistance, you want to be somewhat overcapped. It's good to have like 100, 105%. That way, if you tap an altar that gives you -50, it's not lights out, it's just a nuisance. You will feel squishier if you go from 75% effective chaos res against 105% uncapped, and then you end up going down to say 52%, but you're not going to feel terribly squishy. For the Eater of Worlds options though, things are quite different, and there's a lot of builds that function well against every single Eater altar except for one mod. And then there's just one or two mods that will just mess with you. So it's going to depend upon the rest of your strategy, what aspects of your character will be pressured. But broadly speaking, the Eater of Worlds ones, you'll get a bit of a feel for it over time, and you should be considering whether your build is good at Eater of Worlds altars or not when you're deciding what exactly you want to roll up there. Next up, it's time to talk about boss killing. There are two boss killing strategies that don't involve mapping that I want to mention here. The first one is Pinnacle Boss Carries. Now, it's important to note that just buying invites for the Maven and running the Maven back to back, this is not something that is profitable early in the game. The reason for that is that people who are doing carry services are bidding up the price of the entry tokens, and they simply get more out of it than you do. What you want to do here is sell carries to the boss's Voidstone. And this is something you can do either in the in-game chat channel, Trade 820, or on the Forbidden Trode Discord, or in a couple of other services Discords that popped up during a period where there was a whole bunch of drama with TFT last league. So there's a number of places you can do this, but the Trade 820 is probably the easiest one to access. It does have a higher risk of scam, but it is still a pretty low risk of scam. And you're not going to be out that much if you do get scammed once or twice here and there. Now, this requires you to be cool under pressure, and I think the best build for this is a Trapper. The other option that you've got though, and this one does involve just doing bosses by yourself, this is Uber Pinnacle Boss Farming. This is something where you might actually generate astrolabes if you're killing the Incarnations, but you're going to be just simply targeting Uber Pinnacle drops while there are not very many of them in circulation. Here, you're going to be buying Nightmare Map fragments from other players, and most likely you're actually not playing a build that's good at farming those Nightmare Map fragments up yourself. Again though, you just want to be cool under pressure, and you probably want to play a Trapper so that you can just burst the boss down before it gets to do any of its really scary mechanics. That said, you can play a Giga Tank build as well. They are also very good on Uber Pinnacle bosses, but they're just different strategies. And I decided to shift things around a little bit in the sheet and talk about Nightmare Map boss rushing now as another strategy that is related to these boss approaches. So this is a mapping strategy, but it's one where you are farming difficult bosses in order to get Uber Pinnacle boss fragments. Now, these, you're going to require Nightmare Maps for these. These are the maps that are formerly known as Tier 17 maps, although they are now Tier 16 again. This is something that can be done with pretty much any strategy. But the big decision you've got to make. Option one, you go in and you use the Dextral and Sinistral Scarabs in order to effectively scour the map. In this approach, you are going to get less loot, but you're going to have a much easier time doing it. Normally, this strategy is still profitable. You are getting less loot per map though, so do keep an eye on the economy. The other approach, and this one's also worth your while considering, is that you might decide to juice these maps instead. So you can do either of these things. Everything about your character is going to be pressured with this. There's going to be pressuring how cool you are under pressure, because some of the map mods that are found in these Nightmare Maps can be quite mean. There's going to be bosses that do all sorts of scary things and generally have enough hit points that they actually do get to do a lot of things to you. There's going to be big hits, and there's also going to be hard to dodge things. Generally, you want to be playing a meta build that is an all-rounder in order to do this. The next three strategies I wanted to mention are ones we don't know very much about yet, and that is the new Mercenaries mechanic. There are three ways that I can think of to use this. The first one is to go into maps looking for the mercenary in order to beat them up and take their rucksack currency. Now, here I think you just want fast maps, and I think this is best in conjunction with other fast events. But the open question is, are mercenary rucksacks as juicy as they were in 3.26 or not? If they're not, this is going to be a flop. In terms of the way that you would go about building a character for this, I would just take a look at hardcore builds. You want to be tanky, you want to have good single target damage, but have a look at hardcore builds that are good at bosses. For the second option, it's going to be to look for popular warrants. Now, I think the infamous Kineticist is going to be the most popular of these, but that could easily change, especially as guides come out. Here, you want to go through, do these fast maps, and really this is going to be very similar to the rucksack currency approach as well. You just require slightly different nodes on your atlas. Of course, you can take every mercenary node, and then you'll be able to jump between the two. The third one of these, though, is something I think people have been sleeping on. In 3.26, I don't think it was ever well documented, but it was certainly my experience that unique items that dropped from the mercenaries had very, 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 very lucky divine rolls. By far the best Venter's Gamble I've ever seen drop came from a mercenary, but so too did by far the second best Venter's Gamble I've ever seen drop. And during that league, you'd find there were very, very cheap, very, very good Venter's Gambles, despite the item being just as good as it is now. And that was because it seemed like mercenaries could give items that had a lot of different axes of scaling, could just get lucky on all of them simultaneously. If it is still a case that mercenary uniques are ultra, ultra, ultra well rolled, then one thing you might want to consider doing is running the Drathan Scarab of Renown. This is something that was alluded to in the patch notes, and it will cause your mercenaries to have every single item be unique. Now, firstly, you're going to look for really valuable uniques. There probably won't be any, but if you do see a Venter's Gamble or something else that has a really wide range of rolls, definitely look into it. Most of the time it's going to be trash, but sometimes it'll be exactly what you're after. Once more, just play any hardcore build here because mercenaries are rippy. And if you do lose to a mercenary, you've lost to them. You're not able to then challenge them again. Next up, we have a section with 3 different mechanics, but they're actually quite similar to each other in terms of the demands they place on the character. Or at least we think the character demands are going to be similar in Abyss to what they were before. Abyss might end up being wrong here. But Abyss, breach hives and fortresses, unstable breaches, expedition with a focus on Rog. These are 4 different encounters, but all of them really, really reward kill propagation through packs. Very, very, very dense packs of monsters where you want to cause one monster to explode and to inflict ignites that then spread throughout everything else. Now, I think that the S tier build for most of these is probably going to end up being Righteous Fire Chieftain, but sometimes it's going to be Penance Brand Ignite, sometimes it's going to be something else. Broadly speaking, though, you want to be propagating damage throughout packs as effectively as possible, and that will deal with all of these categories. Now, it's worth noting that with Abyss, there's going to be a lot of exploration to be done because the mechanic has had such a thoroughgoing overhaul. It's got new scarabs, got all sorts of new things to learn about it. With Breach, there were big nerfs to it, but that doesn't actually matter because it's got unique loot. So there's going to be things that people definitely want from it. And on top of that, Expedition is one of those things that if you know how to use it well, then it's something that can be very lucrative. But like Betrayal, it's something that you need to really, really invest in learning. One thing I will say about that Expedition though, Gwenin, Tujen, just don't bother with them. It is very much about Rog now. That's because Tujen had a bunch of things taken from him in previous patches, and Gwenin had a lot of stuff taken from her in a very early patch. Gwenin went from a strong option to a weak one, and Tujen went from a reasonably strong down to quite weak as well. Rog, though, if it's very early in the league, you can make a lot of currency out of him if you know exactly what you're doing. Next, we're going to jump over to Harvest. Now, with Harvest, there are 3 different ways that you can play this strategy. There is the crop rotation strategy, there is the basic strategy, and there is the Harvest Scarab of Cornucopia strategy. Now, if you are using the Harvest Scarab of Cornucopia, the Astral Aid becomes mandatory. If you are using crop rotation, the astrolabe becomes derisory. You don't really benefit from it at all. It's just going to make things harder. It's not really going to add much loot, so you can easily skip it. If you're going for the basic strategy, you can use it or not as you see fit. A doubling scarab is mandatory for everything, and the harvest scarab of cornucopia is something that is used in exactly one of these. Now, a couple of things you want to be aware of here, build-wise. You really want the ability to deal with multiple bosses at once when you are either doing the cornucopia strategy or when you're doing the crop rotation strategy. For that reason, I'm going to recommend Kinetic Fusillade Totems. Kinetic Fusillade Totems is incredibly good at allowing you to drop down a lot of deadly stuff, then trigger the spawn of bosses, and then even if there are multiple bosses, you are dealing your full DPS to all of them at a time. This is really, really useful. That said, you can also do this with slams if you prefer. There's lots of other choices. The basic strategy for Harvest puts much lower demands on your character, and so you can kind of get away with anything there. Now, if you do go with the cornucopia strategy, expect to be spending quite a bit of time in maps, and as a result, you don't want to be adding anything that's going to be adding a lot of time to your maps. So don't pair this with something like Incursion, that's going to add a bunch of time to your maps. Instead, pair it with something like Heist. Pair it with something like Searing Exarch Altars, or Eater of Worlds Altars. In fact, those altars are exceptionally good in conjunction with Harvest. Next up, we have 3 ways to deal with the Delirium mechanic. The first of them is Simulacrum farming. Here, you need a build that specializes in recovery, in damage avoidance, in having medium levels of DPS. You don't need a tremendous amount. And ultimately, Cast When Stunned Chieftain is the best option here. This is going to be the best way to get voices. It's the only way to get the unique cluster jewels like voices. And it's also going to be the best way to get item level 84 cluster jewels. There is also Delirium mirror farming, and there is using Delirium as generic juice. So the Delirium mirror farming, you're trying to generate as many Simulacrum splinters and Delirium orbs as you can, that you can then go and sell on to other players. This is something that can be quite good, but it also requires you to be slow immune, requires you to have good damage while you are mobile, and ideally you'll have freeze proliferation. It's not mandatory to have that, but it is really good to have that. For Delirium as generic juice, it's going to depend a bit upon the rest of your strategy, but it is something that does put some pretty substantial demands on your character, especially as you start getting to higher levels of Delirium, whether that be using a 4th or 5th Delirium orb on your maps, or whether that be through the use of the Delirium mirror and just pushing right to the end of the map while it is still active. The next thing I want to talk about is using Beyond as generic juice. Now, this is not a
Takže ešte rozmýšľam, či by som nešiel heisty, ale neviem. Báňa dáva fosily a teraz sa bude dosť craftovať nejaké špiclerstva. A hlavne fosily budú teraz mať oveľa väčšiu cenu. Ľudia budú chcieť rýžovať fosily. Toto bude tá lepšia várka. Ak dá minimálne 3, tak to bude tučná várka. No 4, takže máme tučnú várku a 1 bilión 800. Bilión 800.
a lot of stuff. Leave it with me. Within your allowed space, of course.
Oh, hi. Time flies so quickly, as always. Just gonna cram all I can into each day. I have no time for small talk. There's barely time for potion research.
What the fuck is this? Realization of energy. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Že pán Štuleka prišiel v roku 2015 k nám. V roku 2015. Môže povedať, že pán Štuleka sa narodil v roku 2015. Alebo na konci roka 2014. Neviem si predstaviť, koľko mal rokov v tom 5. marca, ale podľa mňa nemal viac ako 3 mesiace. Podľa mňa sa narodil 3. januára. Myslím, že vyzeral taký trojmesačný. Lebo oni dosť rýchlo rastú. To mohol mať 3 mesiace. On sa narodil na začiatku decembra. Áno. Idem dole. Pičo. Oh my god, man. Fuck me. Potrebujem to dať. Táto sáčka je tu. Tak ale nechal som nahnobiť tie sáčky a mal som ich 10. Brutalita. Každý je hodinu. 10 hodín. No nič, nahnitý trón, končíš. Tvoj čas sa blížia ku koncu. Nahnitý trón. Nahnitý trón, končíš. Končíš, nahnitý trón, končíš. Tvoj čas idú do veci. Nahnitý trón. Tvoj čas je končil. Znači, dáme sa nejaký Bournemouth. Koho tu máme?
And hey, a layover Salas has been called Spade. Salas' first call up, Owen Leonard's first call up. First call up for Nino Vučák and Andre Gerrard. Mile Janius has never played for Serbia, but
Pekne silný hráč, už má v roku 2035.
Obviously, he has Spanish second nationality. That probably does not come as a surprise. But he was born in Winterbach, Germany. And he came up, if I remember correctly, in Germany, with Stuttgart, where we bought him from 70 years ago. He was a big purchase. But he wanted to play for us, and I thought he was a world-class player, so, we went and got him. And he fits our system wonderfully. I think he sets himself up for a great career playing in our system. Lira and Winmura's agreements. Yeah, he had 21 assists his first year. That team was unbelievable. That was the best team in Malia history, the one from his first year. That was the Cañete to Ruben Jurado year. Last year was not great relative to that. Because we had like 81 points and finished third. Let me look. Yeah, we had 83 points and finished third. It was a hell of a season. We were runaway good. Then last year we ended up, 65 points. Ended up in fifth. That's why we're in the Europa League this year. And, we're trying to beat that 83 points this year. We have to get 15 points in our last 8 matches to even match it, But that was the first year where we really competed in some way for the league title. We at least made people think about the fact that we could contend for a league title. And then Ruben Jurado started the next year with a crippling hip injury that had him out for half the year, and then we got a big offer for him and sold him. And so Cañete, there was a bit of an adjustment period for Cañete after the first season where everything was so perfect. And then we had the opportunity this year to bring in Leo Versales. And Leo Versales, I think, is a really special player, too. We spent $72 million on him. But, if we have the money and there's an opportunity to get a guy that I believe is just pure world class, I'm going to do it. And I think Versales is, too. So Cañete has to move to the right. It took him a little while to get used to that. And he doesn't have Ruben Jurado to aim at. But we still give him opportunities to play on the left, too. And he's been good. Yeah, Cañete to Jurado was like just unique chemistry. Their two play styles meshed so spectacularly. All right, Janius is good for Mile Janius. More international call-ups. Hopefully some first-timers. That was cool to see so many first-timers last time. Villalba for Mexico. He's from Mexico. Lira, who I think has been called up before but never used. Soufiane Bouzaidi is 16. He just got called up to the Tunisian U23s. Kamel Mahmoud to the U20s. Song Kim to the South Korean U23s. Nathan Owen to the Aussie U23s. And Leonardo Silva to the Argentina U23s. Yande for Zambia. Shigehiro and Wemura. How's Shigehiro doing? At least he's playing regularly. We sent him down to the B team, and he is playing. Mansurbek Homatov for Uzbekistan. Rodriguez and Gonzalez for Costa Rica. Vigo for Australia. Jaime Gutierrez for Argentina. He's made 2 caps. Our youth academy guy. Sosa for Uruguay. Elvis Tavares for the Dominican Republic. An academy kid, but Dominican Republic doesn't exactly have a lot of guys to call. Knifin and Sarai for Switzerland. He's playing, right? Yes. He's only 20. He turned 20 this year. Very young, even though he's not like a guy that people think have a lot. Not a lot of potential left in Knifin. Yeah, Barcelona again. Avande, yay! Avande's back, dude. Let's go. Urbanic won it a couple years ago. That was before we signed him. Thomas Bozak, Alan Aquino. They continue a couple times this time around. I can't see it. My backup left back is by Brazil. He is an either-sided wingback, and so he has a ton of utility for a national team. That's pretty sexy. Where's Lopes Teixeira's call-up? Alacote, Dutch U21s, Giancarlo's Brazil U23s. And Avande, of course, was the North American Player of the Year last year. He is definitely getting the call every time. Next gen. Oh, could win next gen. Okay. Sorry. It hasn't been decided yet. I'm looking for something that doesn't exist. I can't read. Somebody was watching the stream like, when is he going to see? All right, we're still top of the U19 group. Could. There's a news article full of speculation. See, that's the issue. I don't trade in speculation. Dude, you're supposed to be getting better, Palafox. You're a model citizen for crying out loud. It looks like he has. I mean, he didn't have 16 children. He's gotten better overall. Come on, Palafox. Brasco, Robert, somebody else exciting there. Mamusila, the Guinean guy. Casido. You're telling me voice was just out of possession. Cesar and Casido. Okay. Casido is an old man. I'm a little worried about that one. Work on your crossing, which is objectively terrible. The biggest hole in your game. What do I know? Costa's like, dude, I'm 31. I do not want to be doing out of possession training. Fair enough. Can Jan speak sprechen Sie Spanish? Yes. Yes, he can. Good job, B.A. Jan. 21-year-old thin guy on the BT. I think he's in 7th right now. 8th. Oh, no. Not the best year for the B team. You know, they've been contending for titles the last 2 years, but down in 8th. Well, chat. That is where we're going to leave it today. But I think overall a good day. I mean, that loss against Mallorca hurts, but we got through our first knockout round of an easier Celtic in the semifinal, so I know youth intake, we didn't get it. We'll get the youth intake tomorrow, dude. We'll get the youth intake tomorrow. We haven't gotten it yet. We've got a match here against Cadiz, and then we've got a big break, then Real Madrid and Vitoria de Guimarães right after. Yeah, 8th is unacceptable. That's some more big team players. Probably. But in the meantime, I will see you guys tomorrow. Much love. Fist bump. I hope you're well. Thank you, Debo, for the 5 gifted, dude. I just saw that. Debo! Thank you so much for 5 gifted. Thank you for making 5 people's days. I'm so sorry I just saw that. Ugandan Loki, Fortune Tom, Avian Variety, Twitch Manson, and El Lutu. El Ludo, be sure to say thank you. If you don't say thank you, then you get banned. I don't make the rules. You know? You're looking at me like I make the rules. I don't make the rules. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you have a good one. Be good. And UD Malia takes another step towards hopefully eventual European glory tomorrow.
Prečo to nejímáš, že ten Pichus?
The elves during unlimited power lightning time. Let's go look at it. I'll be okay though. Poor guy, one fan. I saw like a really good suggestion for an app where like couples can swipe on an app for movies they want to watch together. Something like that. The OnlyFans that will go hard. Ah. Oh, wow, these are legacy as fuck. These are legacy as fuck. What? Oh, EK. Somebody poacher! Is this such a good character, dude? That's good. Alright. It's time to do stalling in a few minutes.
Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing? You people only getting one of us. I'm taking tons of damage to get high. So like, that's super annoying for like the base on very low HP. Yeah, this is pretty awful, dude. I have a lot of Silas support. He'll get room and it'll be useful, maybe. Oh, okay. It's really hot. Play with some shit.
Finn's like a pretty annoying ADC player too, I think, and Silas just Shaker is definitely like really aids support playing to Pumpkin, I think. Get this in and get out. We can get this in and get out, it's not too bad. Let's do back here. Please. Oh, okay, we'll take it. I should have Dark Steel first. I'm so bad. I'll buy Dark Steel first. Look at I get 2 Dark Steels now. Nice, good. Just managed to edge. Managed to edge and at least get something. Please, Pantheon, somehow clean up. Oh, no, not like this time. Please get this guy done. Okay, we got something. At this point, it would be better if they support room. Don't. If both support rooms, maybe this would be more chill. Be nicer. Dragon, Hard crashes, gonna go support rating window. Should be fine, should be playable. Finally getting out of the ugly part of Tom Kennedy carry, getting out of the weak levels. What the fuck is going on with me? I can't even see the corner.
Bitches.
Man, I can't, this is so broken. This is so broken, but every time I play it, I swear, it's just cursed. I just get the most autistic spastics on fucking support roll. I mean, not last game, but last game was unplayable, so literally, minute 1 onwards, Quinn was just sitting in my lane, so... This guy, like, just locked inside the spot, no clue what he's doing, and I have such low agency. Somehow, please. Like, I beg this guy to stay
Bitches. Ah, bitches, tanta. Bitches.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you, man? Fuck. Oh my god, I'm alive. Get me the fuck out, please. fine. It's fine. My top's losing. Jungle's fine. Killing Echo there's pretty big. Goes Dark Steel stacks or something. Hello, my Rotungo. Hello, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having more fun with me than I am.
Fuck. Dat is de Zabudel.
Hopefully we freeze here. You can start all in on level 7. It's going to be okay. This guy should breeze. Or something.
Strategy that goes on its own. This is something you layer on top of one of the other strategies we've already discussed, and you want to layer this on top of something that's already pretty juicy. For example, maybe you're doing an Eater of Worlds plus Breach strategy, and then you're feeling strong enough to layer Beyond and Delirium on as well. What you'll be doing here is primarily using Beyond Scarab of the Invasion. This Scarab provides a tremendous explosion to the number of monsters that are present on that map. So this strategy pairs very well with high juice setups. It's pretty bad otherwise. And I think a big question that's open about this, because Beyond monsters don't provide all that much loot on their own. They might end up getting the pack gems, they probably do end up getting the pack gems, but do the things that are uniquely from Beyond hold value or not? If they do, this could be quite good. So that is definitely tainted currency, and it is also potentially these pack gems. One last thing I'll mention, Grungy Games have gone and nerfed the drop rate on all of the most common of the tainted currency. The way I believe this works, and I'm not sure of this, but I believe that what this means is that the currencies that were rarer in the tainted pool now actually are more likely to roll. For example, it's like if they were to go and remove 10% movement speed from boots as a roll, that would make 35% slightly more likely to roll because something's been removed from the pool. So what's happened here is that tainted chromatic orbs were made substantially rarer this patch. They've already said that. And in a previous patch, they made Armor's scraps and also blacksmith whetstones substantially rarer as well, the tainted versions of those. So these were three of the most common currencies. The only one of them that remains common now, as far as I'm aware, is the Jeweler's Orb. And what this means is that the Tainted Divine Teardrop, which is the main reward for Beyond, the main sort of jackpot reward, it's still going to be very rare, but it might actually be substantially more common than it's been in the past. But that all depends upon the exact implementation of how Grungy Games decide to nerf the drop rate of the Tainted Chrome. They might instead decide that they're just going to distribute that to some of the other more common currency items instead. Next, we're going to talk about mechanics that allow you to run around in a circle fighting monsters, or in the case of the last one, run around a very tight area fighting monsters. Ultimatum, Ritual, and Blight. All of these, I believe, work their very best when you're playing a build that has Hinekora explosions, i.e. a chieftain, and that is propagating ignites. However, for Ultimatum, it's probably the cast while stun variant because you need to have a lot of recovery as well. For the Ritual and Blight options, Righteous Fire Chieftain is fine, as is Cast and Stun. Cast and Stun might struggle a bit with Blight, but also in Ritual, you definitely want Chaos Resistance. And that's really all there is to say here. For Ultimatum, there's a couple of different ways that you can do this. You can farm Catalysts, you can farm Inscribed Ultimatums, and there is a very important 5-for-1 vendor recipe on Inscribed Ultimatums. There is a lot to learn about that. So definitely do some research if you're wanting to do that. Or alternately, you can hunt for 2 implicit rares that have really, really good potential to Mythic Orb into something that is a 2 implicit corrupted unique. That's something that's definitely worth your while looking for, but it requires you to be able to recognize potential jackpot bases, things that are worth throwing a Tainted Mythic Orb at. Ritual unfortunately lost a lot with patch 3.29, lost its superstar targets, and as a result, you're mostly chasing those in this threat, good, but they aren't up there with what you've lost on the superstar targets. And also with the mist drop, the most high profile of those is Duel, and that Duel will argue the nation fastest round is not as rare as it might. So the open question here is, for the show in this patch, if there is anything, make up for the loss there, and I'm not sure that's enough. As for Blight, there might be a little bit less demand than usual, and that's because the technologies that are coming out of Bestiary now, they do not use foil. So that might reduce the demand for Blight, but at the same time, maybe it also means fewer people are farming it. And now that we're getting close to the end, I want to group together 4 different strategies that are all about producing maps. The first one is generic 8-mod map generation, and this is something that just involves running 8-mod maps and doing so in conjunction with the cartography scarab of corruption, cartography scarab of escalation, and 3 copies of the cartography scarab of the multitude. Now, usually you can do this at any juice level. You do need to start with an 8-mod map. It'll be much better if you've got one, but you can add on a whole bunch of extra layers if you want. Altars, generic monster edition, abyss, breach, all these sorts of things. The one thing you get for free is originator map generation, and we'll talk about that one in a sec. The main difficulty here is going to be dealing with a wide variety of map mods, because you're producing a bunch of maps that can't be altered. Now, obviously, if you're in Trade League, you can sell the ones you can't do, or at least you can list them for sale and hope someone buys them. But because of the changes that have been made to reflect in patch notes, you might actually be able to do reflect mods you previously couldn't. There is a very slight alteration you can make to this as well. You can drop one of those cartography scarabs in the multitude and substitute a delirium scarab of delusions. If you do this, it's basically the same strategy, except you'll get a smaller number of maps, but they will have a random number of layers of delirium pre-applied to them. Most of the time this will be 1 or 2, often it'll be 3, occasionally it'll be 4, seldom it will be 5. But it does add up, and this is something that can be really good if you're looking to run delirious maps. If you feel like you're looking for a bit of an extra challenge, this might be the best way to just make maps for yourself. Another thing that's important, if you do take this, you want to take the originator map generation nodes that are in Tree North, and also at the same time, you also want to probably take the incarnation invitation node as well. And that will help you get a lot of things together in the same clusters. Destructive Play is next. Now, Destructive Play generates 2 different things. Firstly, it generates a bunch of Atlas mini-boss maps. This is my term for Shaper Guardian maps, Elder Slayer maps, all that fun stuff. Elder Guardians, Synthesis Guardians, etc., etc. We generate a bunch of these just by random mapping, and that can be in Tier 16 maps, or you can do it in some of these special maps like the Shaper Guardian maps themselves. On top of that, you'll also be getting Maven Splinters. The harder the maps that you're doing this in, the more of those splinters you'll be able to get, but you'll also need to defeat harder invitations. So this becomes a strategy that you can scale as you keep working on it. Now, something I really like pairing with Destructive Play on the Atlas is Shrines. Shrines are fantastic here because they give you some borrowed power that mean that some of these bosses that you get to at the end of the map, they can just be quicker to slay when you get to them. Even though you can probably beat them just fine without the shrines are maybe the difference between slaying them in 25 seconds and slaying them in 7 seconds. The key thing you want here is 3+ target damage projection. That is the aspect of your character that will be most pressured here, and this is why I want to recommend Kinetic Fusillade Totems again here. Dealing full damage to multiple targets simultaneously is great. You can do slams instead, you can do a bunch of other things, but KF Totems feel really good here. The other thing that you can do, though, is create those invitations that allow you to take on the incarnations. So this is just about zipping through maps really quickly, looking for Egon. When you find Egon, yoink one of those invitation threads off him, and then just stash it, because they no longer just get automatically applied to your Atlas. You then have the flexibility to apply them when you're ready for them. Now, you can run these, and that's something else that you can farm, or you can just turn around and sell them to other players. Most of the time, the ones to the Incarnation of Dread do tend to sell. The one to the Incarnation of Neglect never really sells. And the one to the Incarnation of Fear, it kind of depends on the day of the week and the mood that people are in. But the Incarnation of Dread one is good, and you want to use the nodes up at the Tree North that bias away from the other 2, so that you bias towards the Incarnation of Dread. So we're going to finish with 8 last strategies, 4 of which are in maps and 4 of which are not. The 4 that are in maps are very much miscellaneous ones, so I want to just start with stack deck farming. This is all about a single scarab called the Divination Scarab of the Cloister. It is imperative that you use these 5 at a time. The reason for that is that each one of them adds packs of monsters, but also scales up the chance of those dropping stack decks by a percentage point for all of the packs, not just the ones that are provided by that new scarab. So the final scarab that you put in is actually worth more than half as much as the first 4 combined. This one pairs best with fast events and altars, and ultimately it pressures something weird about your characters. It pressures your ability to handle proximity shields, because all of the monsters that are added by Divination Scarab of the Cloister have the capacity to put up a proximity shield around themselves. For this reason, I tend to recommend Righteous Fire Chieftain. It's not the only build that can cope with these, but it is very, very good at doing so. After this, we have Strongboxes. This is another mapping strategy, and it's one where the target loot is corrupted 6 links, it is raw currency, and it is divination cards. But honestly, it is those corrupted 6 links that you probably will get the most of. It's also been the case in previous leagues sometimes, and this was definitely the case in 328. Sometimes there are special Strongboxes that are available, but we don't know that they're going to exist in this league. The way that they existed in 328 does not exist in 329, so keep that in mind. You may or may not want to use Ambush Scarab of Containment here. That one tends to be expensive, especially if there's any meta strategy around Strongboxes. Now, this pairs exceptionally well with mechanics that don't require Scarabs, because Strongboxes, this mechanic is a Scarab hog. This mechanic wants all of your Scarab slots. It would love to have more Scarab slots than you can get. So you want to pair it with things that don't require Scarabs like Heist, or things that just at least function, that might get better with Scarabs. So for instance, Eldritch Altars are elevated by the presence of a Scarab, but they don't absolutely require them. Now there is an open question here. We have had confirmed in the ZD Q&A that if you have a 6-socketed item that is not 6-linked, which would normally vendor for 7 Jeweler's Orbs, but it is also a chromatic recipe, then the chromatic recipe dominates. So 1 chrome dominates over 7 Jeweler's Orbs. We have not had clarification on what happens if the item is simultaneously 6-linked and also chromatic, whether you get 20 fusings or 1 chrome. And ultimately, we don't know which of these will be the more desirable outcome either. In terms of the things that are pressured on your characters here, it is your capacity to preload damage, to set up a kill zone for monsters that are spawned. And I think the Righteous Fire Chieftain takes the cake here, especially if you're playing the variants that use Fire Trap. So you can drop down Fire Traps, then you can tap that Strongbox, and as the Strongbox spawns, all the monsters appear and they just pretty much die immediately to your Fire Trap. The other thing that the RF Chieftain is really good at here, these tend to retaliate, these Strongboxes, and one of the most dangerous retaliations they do is an Ice Nova. The thing is, the Chieftain has 90% resistance against cold, and as a result, that Ice Nova just tickles them. So they're pretty fine if there is a retaliatory explosion as well. Essences are next. Essences are kind of weird. Here, you don't engage with the Astrolabe system at all because you're probably doing this in tier 6 maps. That has been the historic optimized strategy for essences. Here, you want to just look around for essence encounters. You want to add more of them to your maps through the use of Essence Scarabs and Essence Scarabs of Ascent. You might elect to use Essence Scarab of Calcification, but that thing is rare and expensive. And you just want to do fast maps unless you're doing Calcification. Now, this is going to tie up all of your Scarab slots, even as it is. You would kind of like to have the Essence Scarab of Stability. You would kind of like to use that, but often you don't have space for it. So you want to pair this in conjunction with things that don't require Scarabs like Heist. The aspects of your characters that are pressured are soft bossing. And here, I think this is another job where Berserker Slams are particularly good, but really any slam build can do this well. But it's not the only thing. You can do it on Kinetic Fusillade Totems, and you can do it on a Pathfinder that's adapted to do a bit more damage. It's just movement speed oriented. Finally, this one I probably don't recommend unless the league economy is a bit weird, but you can go into maps and you can spec the Trial of Glory cluster on the Atlas. This will cause any of the Labyrinth trials that spawn in your areas. Firstly, you'll get a lot more Labyrinth trials, but on top of that, they'll have a chance to be elevated to an enhanced offering to the goddess. There are 3 different enhanced ones. There is the gift to the goddess, there is a tribute to the goddess, there is a dedication to the goddess. Usually only the gift is worth a lot. The dedication can be worth something, and the tribute has been in the dumpster for quite a while. Now, with these, you do not need to enter into the Labyrinth trial unless it is one that has an upgraded offering. You won't know which upgraded offering you're going to get, but you will know that you're getting an upgraded offering before you step in there. So that's something that's quite good. It's only a few points on the Atlas, and it's something that you can do on any fast-moving build, and you can just add this in if you just happen to have a few points and you're not looking for something that multiplies all of the other loot. So you're not doing a super juice strategy. It is something that's fine. It's just not something that's particularly popular most of the time. And to finish off, we're going to talk about 4 things that take place off the Atlas. Firstly, we have the Forbidden Sanctum. The The Forbidden Sanctum is now the home of the volatile Varlorb. It is the home of some genuinely in-demand unique items, and it is also one of the better places, but not as ridiculous as it used to be, for getting raw Divine Orbs. Now, historically, builds that have been popular in the Sanctum have changed, but one thing they've always had, they've had the ability to preload damage and to deal burst damage while you are moving. Penance Brand of Dissipation is excellent at this. Shockwave Totem is excellent at this. There are also some Trappers and Miners that can work in there. But this is something that is quite difficult to take a generic mapping build into and to succeed in. And the thing that makes this really interesting is that a lot of those generic mapping builds, they actually want one of the things that comes out of the Sanctum. What they want is the Lycia bloodline. So you want to keep that in mind. There will be demand from people who want you to carry them so that they can get the Lycia bloodline from the end boss. Keep that in mind. That can be another source of profit from the Sanctum as well. After this, we have Veldo maps. These are a complete and utter wild card. These are so different to everything else in the game that they really do need their own video entirely. And there are some good videos on them. I don't have one, but there are a bunch of good videos about them. Ultimately, though, Veldo maps can be much harder than they look, and they are also the highest risk encounters in all of Path of Exile as well, because some of them have a mod. It'll be clearly displayed if it's there, but some of them have a mod whereby your character is entirely deleted if they're slain inside the map. So it's basically an even harder version of the hardcore rule set. After this, the final thing I wanted to round it out with is being a lab rat. There are two ways you can be a lab rat. I guess there's kind of three. You could farm the level 68 one, but I probably wouldn't advise it. Either farm the level 75 labyrinth or farm one of the level 83 labyrinths. Now, the level 83 labyrinth, you have the Gift to the Goddess is the one that has the obvious effect. It just lets you use the labyrinth enchantment device a lot more times. The Dedication one has some very, very narrow market holes that come up. The Dedication labyrinth is the hardest of them all to complete, and that's because the traps are giga-juiced in it. But the payoff for doing so can be quite good, but you need to pay very close attention to what gems are in demand, because sometimes one of the divination cards that exists, there's a few of them that award 21, 23 gems. They can be extremely, extremely lucrative if you take them into these dedication labs and then swap them into different 21, 23 gems, ones that happen to be in more demand. Cough, cough, divination card, Terrible Secret of Space. This one can provide a whole bunch of golem gems at 21, 23 that people aren't interested in, but a number of them will be transfigured already. And if you take these into a dedication labyrinth, they will end up turning into a different 21, 23 transfigured gem, which can be something that is quite valuable sometimes. You still need to get lucky, but that can be something that's very good if you know the details of exactly how that craft works. If you don't though, the gifts one is great, or you can just do the level 75 labyrinth. People are going to want their transfigured gems all league, and so this is something that can be occasionally lucrative. Anyways, thank you for watching this entire massive marathon. This has been several hours work while I've been sitting here. After I originally wrote it, I was then just recording it section by section, then cutting it all down. So it's been a whole bunch of fun to put together, but I'm going to leave it there. May your Varlorbs have interesting results. And if you want to download the current version of this spreadsheet after it's actually been adapted a couple of times while I've been recording this video, I'll put it on my blog, sirgog.com.
Oh, why have I even through? Switch game. Yeah, the only CBA Elite. CBA Elite right now. What's the build? I mean, the build that does most damage is Riftmaker. That's like greedy though. Ah, fuck it, we'll go for it. I think just find anything else. I just want to get bot, dude. Please let me split push. I'll beat anyone. I will 1v on anyone, even Urgot or Ed Mygot. please. Maybe Chance qualified 200. Yes, but he doesn't. Chance very powered. Yeah. Mage bot is powered. Riot Proxon is griefing the game with his stupid opinion that like all diversity is good diversity.
Ale páni, bálime. Keby nejaké pikošky zametajte si bonusované podelíme. Zajtra sa snad vidíme a o takomto čase zajtra, že sme mali otočiť Powervex, ale to je strašné utrpenie a strašná bieda, ktoré sme sa dožili. Tak zatiaľ páni.